see the political response to that, obviously with the great leadership of the US and the EU, and having so many countries joining happened over the past year, and what is in the pipeline right now. And obviously will also only be a snapshot because we have a growing community working on this. I wanted to highlight two more points, and one is to make the link to day 2 with the clean air work, and obviously methane. We often look at it very much with a sort of climate angle coming first, but it has a huge impact on health, and as a precursor to tropospheric ozone, and obviously we've been highlighting the impacts on ecosystems as well, and with that on food and nutrition security, but there's a very, very strong correlation, and I just wanted to make sure we all have that in our minds, and it will come up again throughout the morning. And the second is an exciting new development that we discussed yesterday in the board, and that is the Technology and Economics Assessment Panel. It's a little bit borrowed from what we know, from what many of us know from the Montreal Protocol, but obviously we recognize the situation is not the same. But nevertheless, it's a good tool that we think would help us to provide the guidance and support on which key technologies and practices exist for implementation in different contexts. So much more granular information to complement the work that has been done or is continuing to be done by the Scientific Advisory Panel on more the macro level of the measures. And so we'll really look into some of the details. And the idea is that we start with a pilot on this in one of the methane relevant sectors. And then we will look at how well this works, what we can get done thanks to this tool, and then we could step it up to other sectors, the other methane sectors, and even go beyond to the other sectors and taking on other SLCPs as well. So that's the idea, and you will see some communication coming out to all of you, but I wanted to make sure that you all have it in your minds. Which sectors, we will ask you, which sector or which subsector you think we should start with. What is ripe for this pilot? So where we'll be able to show a success with that, how it can help. So that's one of the criteria, I think, that should go into that. And the other one is really where we have a need to fill that gap, where is more uncertainty that we need to fill. And those are probably the questions to look at, but we would appreciate getting your feedback on it. That will help us to decide how we take this forward. Now, the objectives of this morning, we want to look at where we are now and what we have done and where we are going. And obviously with a little bit of an outlook to COP28, some key methane messages towards that. And with that, I would like to turn to the first panel here, and I want to introduce Mr. Tibor Stelbatsky. He is the Principal Advisor on Energy Diplomacy at the European Commission, and he is joining us via video because of the time difference. And I look to the technology gurus.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, warm greetings from Brussels to the Global Methane Pledge session of the CCAC's Climate and Clean Air Conference in Bangkok. My name is Tibor Stelbatsky. I am the Principal Advisor on Energy Diplomacy at the European External Action Service, responsible for the implementation of the Global Methane Pledge on the side of the European Union. I really regret that I cannot be there with you in Bangkok, but I trust you will have a successful meeting moving our common global project forward. Let me just share some thoughts from the perspective of the EU. First, the science is increasingly clear. It almost appears that every latest study, IPCC, IEA, not only confirms, but strengthens the arguments in favor of additional action on methane abatement. If we did not have the GMP, we would need to take very urgent steps to invent it. Methane abatement is critical in keeping the Paris climate goal targets alive, and can help us to gain critical time for action in other areas and in making scientific technological progress work for us. Second, the Global Methane Pledge, launched by the EU and the US during COP26, commits to collective goal of reducing global methane emission by at least 30% from 2020 levels by 2030. We see this as an ambitious but achievable goal that leaves enough flexibility for all parties to contribute to the best of their ability. Third, currently with 150 countries on board, which represent 80% of global economy, nearly more than 50% of global man-made methane emission, we are well on our way to achieve the pledge goal and prevent more than 8 gigatons of carbon dioxide equivalent emissions from reaching the atmosphere annually by 2030. We now have all the ingredients of successful action. The GMP has elevated a relatively obscure issue to political prominence. The great majority political leaders of the world have committed to action. Significant funding has been mobilized, and much of the technology for action is available. In this slide, perhaps our key message for the moment is that the GMP needs to move from the outreach and support gathering phase to implementation of the pledge. In a bit more detail, we see the following key priorities for this year. Firstly, definitely, the main priority should be the preparation and implementation of national action plans. Here, we should ensure a good quality of planning and the dissemination of best practices across all participants. Secondly, it is correct and right to put a lot of emphasis on the energy pathway, where a lot of immediate gains could be made. Here, we would like to highlight the important efforts going into strengthening measurement, reporting and verification as a basis for work, and call on all partners to promote advanced industry standards such as the Oil and Gas Methane Partnership 2.0 standard and to support the work of the International Methane Emission Observatory. Thirdly, with regards to the IMO, we are very much looking forward to see the results of the operationalization of the methane alert and response system, capturing super-emitting events in perhaps the most impactful way of lifting emission fast. Fourth, beyond the energy, we need to strengthen work on the food and agriculture and the waste pathways. Fifth, we wish to expand the active leadership on methane abatement in the GMP. Therefore, together with the US, we are working on the establishment of a broader group of GMP champions. And sixth, of course, the financial issues. We are very much welcomed and support of the Methane Sprint initiative announced at the Major Economies Forum in April. The best way to ensure continuous funding in this sector is to show advances and results. All these issues should be our driving vehicle for the preparation of COP28 at the end of this year. The COP is, of course, a key event to make progress on all the GMP-related issues. However, we should not lose sight that the focus should be on day-to-day implementation in order to achieve our ultimate goals. The EU will remain your partners in all this work. As many of you will be aware, we are currently advancing a whole series of legislation on climate action with a specific regulation on energy-related methane in the final stage of preparation. Within the GMP or in other multilateral or bilateral settings, we are available to share our continued vision and experiences on methane abatement. Overall, I can reassure all of you that the EU is and remains strongly committed to implementation of the GMP, and we will give all necessary support for the successful execution of the Global Methane Pledge priorities. I am hopeful that the current conference and this panel will hugely contribute to our common work. I wish all of you again a very successful meeting, and I am happy to remain closely involved to the further work of the implementation of the GMP. Thank you very much.
I would like to very much thank you, Tibor, for his remarks and he highlighted the political commitment that is out there, and how we need to, he gave us some indication of how we need to move from outreach to implementation, the advocacy part to implementation, and he gave us his 6 priorities, and starting with the national action plans, and obviously that is something that we have on our radar later today as well, giving you an insight in how we're working on making good on this. The pathways, and we will have a session right after this entry panel where we'll dive a little deeper into that, 3 pathways on the energy side, then the agriculture and waste. And he also spoke about the broadening the champions, so the leadership, the role that we see, and I think this will come very much through as well, the pathway discussion, and obviously the methane finance sprint, and we will have a dedicated session this early afternoon on this. So I think we're making good on a number of things with our program as well. And with that, I'd like to turn to Daniel Rosberg, Senior International Climate Action Specialist at the US Department of State, and very, very engaged in all of this. Thanks, Daniel, for being with us, and the floor is yours.
Great. Thanks a lot, Martina. Great to see all of you. I want to start just by, well, first saying I'm pleased to be able to speak here on behalf of Rick Duke, our Deputy Special Envoy for Climate Change in the U.S., who was here yesterday to co-chair the Climate and Clean Air Coalition board meeting, but unfortunately had a pressing commitment on travel, so he's had to leave town. So I'm here to speak on his behalf. But I wanted to start on his behalf and Special Presidential Envoy Kerry's by thanking the CCAC for all their incredible work. This was alluded to a couple days ago, but it really is true that the global methane assessment was a watershed moment for this issue, which has now become rightly one of the dominant issues in the climate conversation because of its criticality both to climate and clean air. So huge thanks to CCAC for their continued work, to the scientific assessment panel, also to partners like IMEO, which Tibor referenced, IEA, and many others. The Global Methane Initiative is also here in force, and they've been really fantastic driving this for years, prior to the GMP and since as well. A lot of great context has been covered already. What I wanted to do, though, is just provide a very brief overview, of what the Global Methane Pledge is, just for those who don't follow it day in, day out. And this is really to echo a lot of what Tibor and Martina have already said. In its essence, it's 3 numbers right now. It's 150 countries trying to get 150 million tons of methane out of the sky to try to keep 1.5 degrees Celsius within reach. And that's a very, very heavy lift. We have to do that by 2030. It's very important to know, though, that while I just mentioned the 1.5 degree target, and that's essential, there are these incredible clean air, public health, economic, food security benefits as well from this work, and that's why it's so relevant to the CCAC. On the 1.5 degree C point, though, I wanted to just flag the IEA, and I know Drew's going to speak later at great length, so I'm going to do this very briefly. The IEA rolled out a report for the Major Economies Forum meeting that President Biden convened in April, talking about 4 levers that are fundamentally required to keep 1.5 C within reach. And non-CO2 emissions, methane very high among them, we cannot really overstate its importance. We literally cannot keep 1.5 within reach without a major overshoot with CO2 alone. We need methane, and methane is going to deliver action much faster than, or results much faster than CO2. And I think, broadly speaking, we spent the better part of a quarter century not putting methane where it needs to be on the global climate agenda. Thanks to CCAC, it now is there. But we have to run that CO2 playbook on a new gas in a much shorter period of time. So it's incredibly challenging and important. The other thing, and this I'll just say briefly, as the GMA noted, and as Drew will go into, the other benefits are not other, they're major benefits on avoided deaths, on asthma-related visits, on crop losses. The benefits for economic productivity are very, very substantial because of the role methane plays in atmospheric chemistry. So I just want to talk very briefly about what the GMP is before we hear from a really more up here, and then some incredible panelists on the substance of the pathways. This chart from an updated report following the GMA shows historical emissions in a very crunched timeline, and then where we're likely to go under baseline, where we need to go for the GMP. So that bending of the curve is the Global Methane Pledge target, a 30% reduction by 2030. If you zoom into that section, that's really very much how we think about the day in, day out, year in, year out work of the Global Methane Pledge. The wedges that go from where we're on track to now, which is a roughly 10 to 15% increase to where we need to be, a 30% decrease, are three. We need significant work in the energy sector, in the waste sector, and the food and agriculture sector. And that's why over the past year, with formal announcement at COP27, the Global Methane Pledge community created these three sectoral pathways: a GMP energy pathway, a GMP waste pathway, and a GMP food and agriculture pathway. Those are not singular initiatives, they are collections of initiatives, portfolios of incredible work, large, medium, and small, from players all across the globe. It's just a way to think about them collectively, because it's that collective action that will make the difference. It's not just sectoral work, of course, though, with any of these things. There are three fundamental cross-cutting drivers that matter here. There's mobilizing finance, which Tibor spoke to. He actually spoke to all three of these. There's the national plans and policies and the people that do that work day in and day out that are absolutely essential. And third is the data. Everything from satellites and what the great work IMEO is doing, all the way down to project level MRV, and the very, very important role of the UNFCCC inventories and working to improve those, especially as we go into a biennial cycle of national reporting. And that leaves us with just 6 very, very important tracks that we're thinking about right now. And I just put them on the screen, and you're going to hear a lot more about the energy pathway, the waste pathway, and the food and agriculture pathway projects therein shortly. The methane finance sprint, there's a session this afternoon, one of the breakouts that will go into that. And then you'll hear about the policies and plans under the MRAP session, as Martina mentioned. And data, Tibor alluded to a lot of the work IMEO and Mars are doing. I want to very quickly highlight some top-line progress, though, in all of these very quickly, because we're going to move on. Just to say that energy, very recently, the G7 climate and environment ministers released a communique really pushing the ball even further on oil and gas methane. On waste, a number of initiatives were launched last year, including a global landfill baseline assessment. So we've got Carbon Mapper and CATF and RMI and Inter-American Development Bank, and plenty of actors doing great work there. On ag, Chile convened an ag ministerial a couple months ago now, where there were 20 countries there representing about 50% of global ag methane emissions. More recently, I think 13 of those countries signed on to a new pledge or a statement to cut ag methane emissions, which is fantastic. The methane finance sprint is setting a goal, hopefully a floor, not a ceiling, of $200 million of new dollars mobilized. But very importantly, we've got colleagues here from USAID and elsewhere thinking about how bilateral agencies and multilateral development banks begin to, quote, methanize their work. It is no longer true that you can be serious about climate and not be serious about methane, but it is very much true that all of our institutions, the US included, is behind the curve at thinking about how you get methane into the lifeblood of our climate work. That is hard to do. It requires new strategies, new humans, and new thoughts, and that's what we have to be thinking about. So I think I'll close with that, just to observe that in the COP that launched the Global Methane Pledge, there was this idea of a moment for methane, a methane moment. And then last year, I guess in September, I heard Martina at the a forum like this talk about the pivot from a moment to momentum. And I suppose if you carry that out to the balance of the decade, we need to go from a moment to momentum to a very real movement on methane that's actually going to take 150 million tons of the stuff out of the sky. So we need all of your help. If you're not a methane person, please become one. If you are a methane person, please recruit 2 more. And really find a way to integrate this into the lifeblood of your work. And let's also find a way to stay true to the integrative nature of this methane work as being both a huge climate and a huge clean air contribution. So, thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Daniel. And you touched upon so many things, not only giving us a really good playbook in terms of the numbers, the 150, 150, 1.5, and the 3 M's from the moment to momentum to movement. Fantastic. And you touched upon so many good things that have been happening. And I just want to add on three more, because I don't want to repeat what you said, but there was a baseline report 2030 that we did, and Drew will talk to us about that a little more, but it showed us that the trend is going in the wrong direction. So that's why Tibor, when he said, well, if we hadn't done already this commitment with the Global Methane Pledge, this would be the moment to invent it. derived from that, we did country profiles, and as a tool, as a real tool for countries, not to replace inventories, but national inventories, but to help with some of the priority setting, and as a discussion starter, really, to engage everybody. So that's something that has been done. There's a whole methane roadmap toolkit that is out there now with an assistance program, and we said a couple of times already, there's the MRAP session later today. There's a set of virtual meetings that are being organized, 8 in a row, to help think through some of the key elements. But there's also the deeper dive, and that came up through the expression of interest process that we run in the CCAC using the trust fund funding for some of this work. And we have a cohort of over 20 countries that are engaged in that, in a deeper dive on this, and the provision of help for the roadmap development, including a national consultant, so to speak, a national methane officer almost. So it's quite interesting what is happening there. And there are 61 methane mitigation action projects ongoing right now, and 65 transformative action proposals are in the pipeline for methane sectors. So I think that's a quite telling number as well in terms of the action that's on the way. We have, I said, expression of interests. So there's a call that is out there right now. So just for all of you to recall that. Deadline is 7th of June, coming up very quickly, but maybe with some insights from this meeting, you're ready to submit, and we had already a number of bilateral discussions on this. So perfectly fine. I mentioned the TEEP, so again, please put forward your priorities. And then on finance, we had a good discussion as well in the board yesterday, because there is a finance plan that is being moved forward, where the CCAC is taking on a role to take the work from the plans to helping identify investment opportunities and needs, and really work that through with the regional development banks, with the World Bank, with the bilateral aid agencies, to see whether we can get to a handshake process almost. So it's yesterday, the day before, we talked about the elevator. So there's a door, and we want to make sure this door is automatically opening from having gone through certain processes to then accessing the funding as well. So that's the hope, that's the aspiration. Let's see how far we can get. And the lead up to the COP, obviously this COP is a very important one, with also the whole fossil fuel agenda on the horizon, with a lot of expectations on that. So there will be a critical role. We will have set out a plan. There will be a GMP ministerial, I think, right? And there will be a climate and clean air ministerial again. And we have set out to. We're working on a whole program across different pavilions to highlight the importance of all the issues. So that includes methane, but also all the other things that we discussed over the past days. And with that, and obviously there will be a GMP annual report that we will have to work on as well. So that's to come forward. And with that, I would like to take Astrid Drew, who will talk to us about the methane reduction imperative. So I think you've heard him already. No real need to introduce or reintroduce him again, but Dr. Drew Shindell, Duke University, and also the chair of the Scientific Advisory Panel of the CCAC. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Daniel, can you pass that? Thank you. I have slides. Being an academic, I have to speak only with slides. Right. So, we've heard a great introduction to much of what I'm going to say, which is very nice. But I want to really just echo some of the points that both Martina and Tibor and Daniel have all made. And so I'm going to draw naturally on the global methane assessment, but not exclusively on that. And to just start, I wanted to highlight there are a lot of different ways to compare the impact of methane with other drivers of climate change. One of the ones I like a lot is that methane is roughly 2/3 of the warming to date from CO2. I like that because it both shows how important methane is. It doesn't get confused with different co-emissions and all this kind of stuff. But it also is something I'm going to come back to right? So methane is comparable in magnitude, a little smaller, but the second most important driver of climate change to date. And therefore, naturally, as Daniel so eloquently showed us with the IEA's results, you can't get to where you want to be without tackling methane. Now, we've heard a lot of nice explanations of the three M's, right? Moving from momentum to movement, and Tibor said the same thing. I want to being a scientist, show you what I find some of the most compelling data that really highlights why we really have our work cut out for us, right? And here's our analysis of what all of the baseline projections were, both from integrated assessment models, which are several of those shown there. There's probably 30 different models run here, as well as bottom-up inventory analyses. And what we see is that we expected the methane growth rate 5 years ago to be roughly what it had been the previous 5 years or so. And so our baseline is this growth of, in the order of 6 to 10 parts per billion. And instead, the world is making our job harder, right? The atmosphere is actually showing us, this is through data that just came out, why it has a substantial uncertainty. It's still preliminary, but the past 3 years have been breaking records. We have even more work to do than we thought. So we really need to get to this stage of getting tons out of the sky. We know how to do it, and so I won't spend long on this, right? We have the wedges that Daniel showed. Energy is the biggest one, but we have to tackle all three because it's a big job, and there's no way we can get this done without without really spanning the different sectors. The other thing that I think is really important to realize is that we don't get this kind of reduction in methane automatically from traditional climate mitigation efforts. And if you look at something like decarbonization, you get about a third of what we need, and it takes 30 years to get there, right? And people are not going to be shutting off, gas-fired power plants because of decarbonization. They might not build as many, and they'll build more solar and wind, which is great, but they are not going to be getting rid of gas. It doesn't go away on its own. We need focused efforts, and the waste sector isn't even really on the agenda in something like the decarbonization portfolios. So our methane work is really a complement to the decarbonization efforts, but it is sorely needed on its own. We already saw some of these kind of things too, and this was the whole rationale really of the CCAC for the last decade, is that there are multiple benefits. It's not just a climate story, it's also a clean air story. We're getting more and more information that allows us to quantify impacts. And one of the things that I find really compelling about that is we can quantify many things that we couldn't even a decade ago, and things that really people care about, like their children going to the hospital for asthma, right? We can quantify that in most any city in the world, and that I think can be a powerful motivator for people to take action. It's not just a global, large-scale thing. We saw something about this too, but the point I wanted to make was that we've looked at the costs of all of these different abatement measures, and some of them are negatives, they pay for themselves, some are low, some are a bit more expensive, but all of these kind of analyses are not even taking into account everything I just showed you about all these other damages. The fact that methane emissions cause people to go to the hospital, that people die early, that our crops fail, that climate changes. If we include those kind of things, actually have environmental damages as part of the equation, virtually every methane control would pay for itself. Now that's not the case almost anywhere in the world, but that's something that's actually beginning to change. There are fees, for example, in Norway, there is a fee on every ton of methane emitted, and that will expand to the United States under our new climate legislation from last year. So we are starting to take into account some of these things, but in a very small portion of the world's market. Despite that, right, some of these pay for themselves, and often being in the science community, right, people try to attack anything you say. Is there a hole in this argument? Is something right? So one of the things people say is, really? How can there be these negative cost measures, right? People, especially most of them are in fossil fuel industry, right? Why would the industry, which is out there making a profit, why would they they deliberately waste their own product. And this is where things like the revolutionary advances in remote sensing enable us to see things like this. This is just, I'm showing it from a news story because it really captures the public's attention. Here are some emissions plumes detected from satellite across the United States, and they're all in line with major pipelines. And what they're showing us is that when the companies want to work on the pipeline, rather than take the trouble to move that gas downstream, which is then valuable, it's simply easier to vent it out into the atmosphere and then do their maintenance. Right? So these things really do happen, even if they defy some kind of simplistic version of economic logic. And one of the other things that I think is really important to realize is that different companies have a different perspective on how much they're willing to tolerate this kind of thing. And one of the examples that is, I'm not quite sure, maybe worrisome is the best word, is this, where these are different fields of oil and gas production that were owned by some of the majors, Shell, Total, Eni, majors that have a reputational to protect. They tried to adopt best behavior, then they sold these fields to private equity who has no reputational cost. The consumer never encounters these people, and the venting goes up by an order of magnitude, right? So there is really a need for policies to tackle those who are not going to be affected by things like consumer pressure or even sometimes the economic logic. This is a result from the baseline assessment that we just heard about, and one of the things, if you look on the right side, right, methane abatement just from decarbonization is helpful but slow. Methane abatement from focused policies are really getting us down to substantial reductions over the next few decades, and that's really what we need to keep 1.5 degree in range. If we couple that with decarbonization, that's shown there on the left, we get to the stage of realizing net relief from our accelerating warming that we're seeing in the real world roughly a decade earlier. Right? So there are some real tangible benefits for the near term. I want to return to this idea that methane is about 2/3 of the warming impact of CO2. That doesn't mean it's 2/3 of the impact of every other consequence. And this is where the CCAC's perspective, I think, is so vital. Here's an example from the agricultural sector, where when CO2 causes warming, there is heat which can kill crops, there are droughts in some regions. All of these climate impacts are partially offset by the fact that CO2 fertilizes plants. Plants take up carbon to grow. And so you get damages from climate which are partially compensated for. When you emit instead methane, you not only have the same climate damages, but instead of offsetting them, you augment them by causing ozone production, and ozone is toxic to plants as well as people. So while methane is roughly 2/3 of the warming impact of CO2 to date, methane is actually much, much larger impact on agricultural losses than CO2. And even HFCs, another of our CCAC focal pollutants, has a larger impact than CO2 because it does not come along with this fertilization effect, right? So that all pollutants are not created equal, in other words. One of the other things that I get comments about frequently in the science community is, well, you could just wait and you could control the SLCPs later and you'd have a small climate overshoot maybe, but you'd end up at about the same climate state later in the century. So it doesn't really matter. Let's put that off. Well, here's an analysis actually from almost 10 years ago now, looking at what happens. And if you put off dealing with CO2 or dealing with short-lived climate pollutants, indeed you can return to a similar climate state. But tens of millions of people would die from air pollution on the way needlessly, and roughly 1 billion tons of agriculture would be lost. So the one other thing I wanted to say before closing is, one of the things that I get frequently when talking about the need for methane reductions is that related to the finance stream that we just heard about. And within something like the waste sector, within many parts of the agricultural sector where there are small farms, there is not a lot of capital. There's not a lot of free money floating around to put into place something that even might pay for itself. And so there's a logic, there's this capital barrier, and the stream can help overcome this. Within the fossil fuel sector, though, what people say to me is, these are some of the richest companies on earth. There can't be a capital barrier. So you must be mistaken when you say that there are measures that pay for themselves. What you're telling me is that people are walking around seeing free money on the ground and they just keep going. Right? So what we've been trying to do recently is do some analyses of the kind of choices that a fossil fuel company is making. And an example that I'm going to show you is when an oil company finds gas along in the same place where they're producing oil. And so when you look at the range of prices for oil and gas over, say, the past 10 years or so, and you go from kind of a low to a price extreme, when you look at some of these measures, they might be, too expensive to pay for themselves when prices are low. But as prices go up, your intuitive idea is, hey, this is great. This means it's even more attractive for these companies to go control these measures. They'll do that because now they're getting even more profit when they capture gas from these oil production fields. But when you actually compare with the other uses of that money, right, you find that there is still no incentive to do something that pays for itself. In essence, they're not walking along ignoring piles of free money. They're picking up much bigger piles of money from the oil rather than going and controlling the methane. So I think that one of the points of this kind of analysis is that negative control measures and the fact that there are all these benefits, these are great things, but they are not enough. And this is why it's so important to see things like Tibor was talking about, like actual regulations put in place to make sure that these companies who do have plenty of money actually go after these relatively low-hanging fruit, but still not the lowest hanging fruit in their point of view. To summarize, I will just say that reducing SLCPs, obviously it has a distinct and complementary set of benefits, which include things like clean air, which are not automatically part of decarbonization, although sometimes. But it affects different people. It affects livelihoods. It makes it easier to transition to this state later in the century when hopefully we're reaping enormous benefits from our decarbonization efforts by coupling those with near-term benefits from SLCP reductions. Thanks very much.
If you hadn't seen already why the scientific advisory panel of the CCAC has been so important in driving policy action, well, this is a live example of it because Drew was just fantastic in giving us a recap of why we need to act now, and taking us through some of the absurdities of the system, looking at the economics around stuff, and making a very compelling case for policy and regulation in a number of key sectors. And really, thank you for having disentangled that a little more, because I think there was a lot of talk around that, low cost, and I think that was really powerful. So thank you. Thanks very much. And with that, we will go into our next panel, while bringing everybody from the pathways up to the floor. But thank you, Daniel, and also thanks to Tibor again virtually, and Drew, and we will have Drew come back later in the day as well. Actually, Daniel as well. And while we'll do the changes up here, let me introduce our next panel, which really is about the Global Methane Pledge pathways, and we are having a dialogue with representatives of the different countries, but really engaged in different pathways. And I would like to call Bruno Brazil up to the floor, a researcher, Brazilian Agricultural Research Corporation, so MRAP, but also a director at the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock in Brazil. Further on agriculture, we'll have Mrs. Wu Hong Han An and Dr. Tran Dai Ngaya. I hope I didn't mess that up too much, and in the pronunciation, and from the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, MARD in Vietnam. Then on the waste side, we have Patrick Bücker, planning officer from the GIZ in Germany, Mrs. Camila Labarca-Weineken, chief of mitigation department, Ministry of Environment from Chile. And then on the fossil fuel pathway, We have Balabapa, national expert, short-lived climate pollutants, and the coordinator for CCAC activities embedded in the Ministry of Environment in Nigeria. And Mr. Matthew Hamilton, the co-chair of GMI Biogas Committee and a manager of the waste sector, GSG Reduction, Environment and Climate Change from Canada. And so a very nice panel up here, and we get into the discussions. And well, you heard already that there has been a major meeting that has taken place, organized by Chile and Spain, by the ministers of agriculture, and that brought together over 20 countries as well to really look at methane from agriculture. And that was not a small affair. This was not a, it's been very courageous to take that up, and it was very encouraging for us to see that as well. And I just wanted to put that out before we get into it. And obviously we had all the pathway, well, we had discussions of all the different sector hubs as well. So I hope that in this discussion we also tease out and bring to everybody some of the messages that came out of the hub discussions. Now let me turn to Bruno first. Bruno, what are you, over there, what are you most excited about in the agriculture space? And can you tell us a bit more about Brazil's low-carbon agriculture program and how this experience can help with making the ambition in the ag sector a reality?
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity, Martina. Well, since 2010, Brazil has implemented a sectorial policy to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions from the agricultural sector. It's called the Low Carbon Agriculture Plan, in Portuguese, ABC Plan. It focuses on the promotion of the adoption of sustainable agricultural solutions by Brazilian farmers, strengthening environmental compliance while leading greater production efficiency, saving land and resources. The first priorities for methane emissions mitigation within this policy are manure treatment and sustainable livestock intensification. And Brazil has set a target to mitigate 294 million tons of CO2 equivalent through the expansion of adoption of these two technologies by 2030. The agricultural discussions held in this meeting were very important to point data gaps that must be addressed either regarding emissions inventories or MRV models, and even basic sector-related data. Furthermore, regarding technology development and deployment, there are clear opportunities for innovative feed additives, integrated production systems, soil conservation, animal breeding, and even some moonshot breakthroughs like anti-methane vaccines. Thank you.
Maybe let me turn, I hope we can come back to some of this, because I think it's really, really interesting also to show how the methane reduction can go hand in hand with the productivity gains that we're looking at, that it's not a threat to farmers, but it's bringing everybody on board. And I think I just want to hold that and come back to this point. Let me turn maybe to Camilla. Chile has made such great strides in the waste sector. I mean, I already mentioned Chile's leadership on on the agriculture with the ag ministers meeting, but you made also great strides in the waste sector. What do you think have been the key criteria for your country's success? And what do you think should be key priority areas for collective action in moving forward in the waste sector?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Martina, for the question. So first, I wanted to share when I started working in the Ministry of Environment, I did the waste sector inventory, the GHG inventory, and always the methane emissions from Chile were rising. So, and the primary drivers are population and GDP growth. So I was like, okay, it's hard to reduce them because population and GDP growth. But then I saw some inventories from other developed countries mainly, and waste emissions were reducing. And I was like surprised, like how do they do that? So I realized like, okay, there is something we can do to reduce methane emissions. And then within the waste sector, it's a difficult sector because for developing countries, it's a big issue, waste management in general. So it's a health issue and it's an accumulation of plastics. And it has many different governance levels working on it. So methane comes along within another whole issue, bigger problem. I don't know if biggest, but methane reduction can incentive to move faster in better waste management. But it's a cultural issue, so it's very hard to tackle. It's slow to change culture and how you manage waste. So it's a difficult sector, but there are opportunities. And finally, it was mentioned at the beginning about this new data of satellites, but also that inventory, national inventories are important. When I was starting working on the inventory, I was asked if it would be better for developing countries not to estimate their emissions, but to use satellite data. And I thought it was not a good idea because when you estimate your emissions, you know where the source, the activity data was. So what is driving the emissions? But then, for example, now we had a carbon mapper flight, and it also gave us a lot of new information that is also very useful, like for more geographical specifically, like where are the emissions and where we have to start first. So they are very complementary information. So that is also data and estimations is also, as it was mentioned, a very important thing. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks. Thank you. We'll come back to that as well in a second, but I think it's really interesting to look at the additional motivation, and I think it brings it home so much. I mean, the issues in each of our three sectors are very different, and to help us identify the right entry points for action is absolutely critical. Data will come back for all of us, I think. But let me turn to Bella at the moment. And we already heard about the great progress in Nigeria, and you may want to tell us again a little bit about the successes, but also the challenges that you ran into. But very much so, what are the next steps for Nigeria to implement the national methane guidelines for oil and gas? And we just heard from Drew as well, some of those absurdities and the economics around this. What do you think, how we can support the policies to drive change, and what else is missing?
Thank you, Martina. Well, maybe I will start by telling us about where we are coming from, where we are, and our next steps. Well, we have a national action plan approved for implementation, and it's currently under implementation. We have mainstreamed the approved mitigation measures into our national development process, and we have also included it in our revised NDC. And we are working closely with the NDC partnership to achieve the SSCP targets of the NDC. To implement those measures, CCAC supported us to develop oil and gas methane reduction guidelines, which has been approved by our government, and it was announced at the COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. And CCAC is also supporting us through Clean Air Task Force to implement those guidelines. And activities to implement those guidelines have started, because the team that is going to coordinate the implementation include the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Ministry of Environment, and the National Climate Change Council. And the strategy is to involve all the operators in the sector, including the international oil companies, national oil companies, and even marginal oil companies, and all other stakeholders that will play a role in the implementation process. And we have gone far. We start with implementation workshop, and Clean Air Task Force will also assist in providing guidelines for the implementation. So this is now the stage we are. The challenges are, some of the challenges are, the obsolete laws and regulations which need to be reviewed. And there is also a lack of capacity among the regulators, which we have identified. And we are also, looking for ways to improve capacity of the regulators. So these are some of the challenges. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Bala. Maybe let me turn to Patrick now. How can national methane roadmaps and action plans contribute to achieving such visions that we, have set out for ourselves in the first part of this discussion at national and international level, and maybe zooming in a bit more, what you need as a development cooperation agency to drive more methane reduction work?
Good morning, everyone. Many thanks for the question, Martina. I think it can't be stressed enough how important these national action plans are, especially for developing countries, but not only, but especially for developing countries. And I think what the CCAC has achieved during the last 2 years, really, we can only congratulate you there to the support you have given. So the co-developed national action plans really support these countries with often for the first time, with tangible, effective, budgetable action, how to reduce methane emissions. If we look at the waste sector, which I'm presenting mostly here, the measures we are talking about are not rocket science. So we have to separate organic waste at source. For example, we have to stop bringing organic waste to landfills. However, like Camilla already said, the problem really is that at the national level, waste is often not discussed intensively because it is often a matter of much lower administrative level governance. So for that respect, it is rather important that we have these national action plans and that we have as well national roadmaps, because that provide countries the possibility to as well see and stock take how they can get actually to their 2030 goals. So it's rather important really to have these national action plans. However, and there's a big but, I believe that what is absolutely necessary and that what is sometimes still a little bit lacking is national legislation as well. And we've heard that already this morning. We need national legislation of methane emission reduction, sectoral methane emission reduction, as an integral part of these national action plans. I know that this is the plan, but it is not in all cases or hasn't been implemented yet. So in terms of the second question you asked, so what could be done from the kind of international development agency side? Quite frankly, I think a lot of governments in the Western world, including Germany, they haven't really yet jumped on the bandwagon, so to speak, and really put a lot of money into methane mitigation in terms of overseas development agency or aid. So what we need really, we haven't been very successful in persuading them that this is an extremely important topic. I would like to take Drew with me every time I talk to the ministries. And I don't know what we're doing wrong here, but it would be extremely helpful for us if countries who really need support would actually get in touch with the governments, with the ministries, and actually ask for support. That would make the life of the international development agencies in Germany, but as well in a lot of other countries, much easier. Thanks a lot.
Fantastic. Thanks so much, Patrick. And I hope we can come back to diving a little deeper into the waste sector. And you mentioned there's a couple of things that are not rocket science, but they're still not getting done. And there's something, I mean, back and forth between you and Camilla. Maybe we can hold a few thoughts for the benefit of everybody on this, what we can collectively do as next steps. But let me first turn to Vietnam and Tran Dai Nghia. What are the key agriculture priorities for Vietnam, and how is the Global Methane Pledge helping you advance these priorities? And maybe, you know, what's missing? How can we help?
Good morning. Thank you, CCAC, for inviting us to share with you. I think in Vietnam, the methane is about 62% is coming from agriculture sectors. The rest is from the oils and also with landfills. Within agriculture sectors, 75% is coming of the emission is the methane. So with agriculture sectors, we have the priorities in, we have 3 subsectors. One is the crop production, mostly methane coming from the rice cultivation. And for the livestock sectors, the methane coming from the enteric fermentation from the cattle production. And we also have some forest burning. So these 3 subsectors also the priorities for the any action for the methane reduction. So we have at the national level, we developed the methane reduction action plans, and then we details this in our sectors, agriculture sector, or for say the affluent sector, because agriculture sector in Vietnam including crop production, agriculture, and also forests and land use. And we lay out for the each subsectors very details the activities and the measure, and also we working, I think, under the support of CCAC, we develop a roadmap for the MRAP, and we start piloting to apply kinds of the, we call the carbon footprint, e-carbon footprint for the rice sector, so that the farmer and the businesses involved in the value chain can keep track of the input use and all the things along the process, so we can see what areas and what sectors or the stages of the value chain that emits the methane the most, so that we can take the appropriate action. This is, I think, the most important, that we have the details, the roadmap, and the activity for the subsector. And we also, in order to identify the appropriate action, we need to have to prioritize based on 5 criteria. The first one is cost effectiveness. The second is about the technical feasibility, because it depends on the different levels of the producer, farmer, businesses. And the third one is about core benefits. And then we also the scalability and also the MRAP. So this action will be the most, the higher priority, because we depend on the resources that are available to allocate. And recently we also write out the roadmap to develop probably going to the carbon markets as the sources of the finance for the sustainable implementation of the methane reduction activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think it's important to highlight, I mean, you talked quite a bit about also, I mean, the roadmaps, but also the MRV, I think really, really important. And I think that actually is something that came across sectors as well. I mean, starting from Camilla talking about the data as both a basis for the decision making, but also well, for the finance part, it's extremely important as well as in telling the story of what has happened. Let me turn to Matthew. And what is Canada's experience with methane mitigation? And obviously, very active, well, definitely also on the waste side involvement, but maybe zooming in a bit more on particularly the fossil fuel sector. And if you tell us a bit more on what sparked the change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. We've been very active in the oil and gas sector. Starting in 2018, we put forward new regulations that would reduce methane emissions. And we're on track to see reductions of 40 to 45% from the sector by the year 2025. So there's been a lot of early action. In fact, now we're in the process of amending those regulations to go even further toward a 70 to 75% reduction by the year 2030. The cost-benefit analysis is very compelling. We can see that in many cases, we've even started to avoid flaring altogether. So it has that benefit of not wasting the methane, but also, black carbon emissions are reducing as well. So the case there, as I say, is quite compelling. And but it's not all we're doing. So we have regulations, but we also brought forward investments in clean technology, research and science to kind of support what's happening across the sector. And it's not the only sector, of course, we're working in. Waste management as well is another area where, again, the cost benefit is very compelling. So we have new regulations coming forward to increase the amount of methane capture at our landfills, coupled with other, let's say, supporting measures that are meant to increase waste diversion, prevention. Many of it was mentioned earlier, in waste, a lot of the authorities are at different orders of government, lower orders. So we're working with those jurisdictions to make sure, we're all working together. So I think though, the future, things are bad, but they're getting better. That's how I would characterize it. And I think, we're on track to reduce our emissions. We're also investing a lot in the science side around measurement. And so we have, some of the leading scientists in the world in terms of, aircraft measurements, satellite-based technologies, and some of those great innovations. They just, yesterday there was a panel in the afternoon, and it was really great to see a lot of the emerging research there. We need to keep investing in that, and using that information to supplement the sort of bottom-up analysis that we're doing as well, and to try to make sure we're the effectiveness of our measures is actually being captured, because that's a major issue when you're using models to develop regulations and then using models to measure their effectiveness. The measurement piece is really important to help prove the case. So yeah, that's some thoughts. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Patrick. Matthew, and with that, I would like to go back to Bruno and maybe a discussion really on the agricultural side. And I know that in the hub meeting there was quite a bit of discussion as well on the tropical agriculture and whether it makes sense to help provide further guidance on that. I mean, it's part of those. What are some of the tipping points that help us drive the action forward much faster? And Bruno, would you want to come in on that a little bit?
And that's a very interesting question. Basically, the successful results that we have already achieved with the ABC plan in Brazil can be attributed to three key pillars: science-based solutions, financial instruments provided by the government, and these two must be aligned with the farmers' needs. So I'll repeat that: science-based solutions, financial instruments provided by the government, meeting farmers' needs. It's this alignment that pushes on different barriers and creates this virtuous cycle of positive change. For example, all the technologies fostered by the policy, the ABC plan, are profitable for the producers. they contribute to elevate production, thereby addressing food security concerns. Just an example, biological nitrogen fixation saves for Brazilian producers each year around $50 billion. That's the cost of the chemical fertilizers that they are avoiding to use. They are not buying and using biological nitrogen fixation. Furthermore, the financial instruments created were suitable and accessible for the farmers. The Brazilian government has invested over $6 billion in rural credit exclusively for the adoption of sustainable technologies of the ABC plan in the last decade. And last but not least, pivotal to the results achieved is the support provided by the scientific and technical assistance institutions such as MRAP in Brazil. That's my contribution.
Okay. Thank you. Maybe let me turn to Vietnam then. The three sort of cornerstones that were just mentioned by Brazil, is that something that resonates?
Yes, I think it's we have the sector hubs. I think it's the first time we have like the platform for us to share, because one of the problem is technical. As I mentioned in our priorities for the different selecting the different measures, the appropriate measures is having a tools. So to working the regular meeting from the hub, we can be able to share. We can learn from like our college from the US and either like Brazil's different tools to inventory of the methane emission and different tools to MRV, and especially the technology, especially applying like satellite data in keep tracks of or the following the carbon footprints or methane footprints. This is, I think, the first thing. The work the hub already provides us with the support. And the other thing also, when we have the problem, when implementing, especially like the experience in the institutionalized or legalized the different methods, or our commitments from the international commitment into the national commitment and translate it into the real activity and achievable activity at the field levels. Yeah, yes.
Thank you. Maybe just to continue on the agricultural sector, if we say, well, there's and Bruno, you started with that, there's a number of best practices that are known, that are out there, then there are a few moonshots as well. If we link that back to the idea of providing guidance around technologies and economics, I mean, so the TEEP thing that I mentioned earlier, is there anything, I mean, if you had your wish list at the moment, what do you think would be good to zoom in on? Bruno.
Sorry, I didn't.
Sorry. We did. You mentioned in your first intervention a couple of that a number of practices are well known. They're out there. They need to be implemented. Obviously, there is something in terms of support to the farmers, educate. I mean, the training and so on for practice change and so on. You mentioned there's also a few more moonshots, some of the more innovative things that may need some further proofing and so on, but also then awareness raising around that. And this morning we did say, well, there's this plan for the TEEP, so the Technology and Economics Assessment Panel, and we did say this morning, well, there's a call for, you know, what makes sense. So if you had a wish free on this, what would be something that you think this TEEP idea could help address in the agricultural sector, based on what you
It's
outlined?
a provocative question, but it's interesting. Actually, most of the technologies that we are fostering in Brazil and that are already being implemented, some of them were breakthroughs like 30 or 40 years ago, but mainly now they are improving what already exists. They are not major breakthroughs. We are expanding the adoption. But regarding investments in science innovation, you always must save like at least 20% of the investments on those real moonshots, like anti-methane vaccines. That would be something that really changes the physiology of the ruminants as we know nowadays. Cultured meat and alternative proteins, that would really change the scenario, although that would lead to a real disruption and perhaps some side effects on socio-economical issues. And these are some of the, particularly some of the projects and the most innovative things that I have observed. But you have to have one foot here and another foot in another investment, so you can keep improving the systems that already exist, and perhaps, luckily, we can find a key breakthrough.
Sorry, if I ask the same question to Tran.
I think it's within agriculture sectors from the Vietnamese sphere, and I think it's two, I think maybe technical that is interested some of you sitting down there. One is presented, I think is introduced worldwide by the Cornell University. It's SRV, SRIs, the intensive rice cultivation. That is mostly based on the water management. And now they even use instead of flooding, keeping the flooding and paddy rice, they even the pilot with growing rice without water. They're using the drop irrigation and having very high quality, and the image almost like reducing almost more than 90%, because you know that it's a methane is formed from the flooded water combining between the bacteria in the roots and the condition of the anaerobic fermentation condition to form the methane. The second in the cattle production, I think I was in the Chile last time, and the share from Brazil about or either Latin American country in raising the cattle, dairy, or beef by adding the additive that can absorb the methane or even the eggplants during the digestion process. So it also contributes to reduce the enteric fermentation from the cattle or ruminants raising a lot. And the piloting also using the red seaweed in combining and mixed with the feed. That also the new that I think quite universally applies. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Maybe then with that, let me turn to the waste pathway. And both of you actually, Camila and Patrick, you mentioned there's solutions that are not rocket science, but there's a need for culture change in waste as well. What looks almost like a no-brainer to do is not easy to implement. Haven't heard much yet about this interaction, central government and local government with the jurisdiction and so on. So that's maybe an additional element here. But if we look at what would be a game changer? How can we get to some of those positive tipping points that unravel the action? Anything that you'd like to pick on?
Well, I think that the big difference between developed and developing countries is legislation. So because waste management, the cheapest way is just landfills using, and to do anything else is more expensive. So the only way that you can get there is by doing it mandatorily. So that's the biggest change I think we can do, and definitely having commitments on the NDCs and having methane also involved is additional push for the politicians to do this legislation.
Okay, Thank you very much. Patrick?
Yes, I actually agree absolutely with Camilla there, but I would like to as well add another point. Like you just said, Martina, this is such a no-brainer for the waste sector, and it is really. So I'm just surprised often that this notion of circularity is not pushed further in the discussion as well. So we have to get back from, like Camilla said, from the cheap just dumping of organic waste on landfills to actually promote circularity, to bring back nutrients into the system, and by doing so really showing that there are so many benefits of not dumping organic waste onto landfills. And I have to say as well, I think we should probably mention it as well, if you dump organic waste on landfills, you have an effect, you have methane emissions for a long time. So we have to start now. And the last point I would like to make, you've probably all seen as well the latest satellite images of hotspots from 2022. And I was really surprised to see the amount and really the magnitude of methane emissions from landfills, especially in South Asia. So it is very clear, I think, where we have to start. It is very clear as well what technologies we have, and I think, like Camilla just said, we have to make a business case, which often there is, because you can use biomethanol, biogas, and so on. But we need as well the legislation. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Patrick. And I think it's interesting because on the one side we keep saying open dumps, they're sort of a no-go, right? This is how can we help address that? And maybe, is there a bit of a hierarchy in terms of things that we need to put out? Just help make the argument, just putting it out there. So the dump sites is one, the open dump sites. The other one is sanitary landfills. And what you just said, the data shows us, now the imagery shows us that depending obviously on the operation cycle and so on, it's not emission-free, even if well managed and so on. So per se, there is a message, or is there, to say, don't think landfills are a solution. How do you catch people much further up front? And that takes us to some of the avoidance and a whole behavioral change thing. Is this something to put more emphasis on? And I just put it to both of you.
Maybe a quick reply to that. It is indeed a matter of behavioral change, I think. And as we all know, especially if we're talking about behavioral change, this is not easy to achieve that. So we need push and pull factors, I think. And in terms of pull factors, we really have to make sure that right at the source of the organic waste, there is some sort of incentive or incentive system built up together with legislation, like I said, push and pull, that organic waste can be separated at source. And I think, like I said, there is a midterm business case. The problem is often, or are the upfront costs. And I think there we need really the support from international agencies, for example, and really then it's a lot, if we're talking about behavioral change, it's a lot about raising awareness, because especially those countries in South Asia, they have been much better in the past in dealing with their organic waste. So they just have to basically learn from their own tradition, I would say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Camilla.
Just to add about reducing organic waste and the relationship with food security. So that's a way, because food security is sometimes more important for some people than waste. So in this path, we can also reduce waste. And from agriculture, I like putting both sectors together as well.
Thank you for highlighting the crossover, the bridge between the two sectors, and finding the right argument that is most compelling. That's something that came up in some of the other discussions throughout the week as well. It was, we call it find the right switch that we need to flip, and how to make sure that people actually see and buy into that switch. And I think that's a good one. With that, I want to also highlight there's tomorrow a field visit to one of the food banks here, just to put that out. That's one of the ways to help address the issue and actually at the same time make a positive contribution to food and nutrition security as well. Maybe with that, and I have an eye on the time, we turn to fossil fuels, and I heard a lot about the need for regulation, and I just wanted to to maybe dig a little deeper into that, how we can go about that. I heard in the discussion in the hub something about maybe a possibility for something that's a bit like a principle-based framework that we could look at. We heard about there's a responsibility that comes with a license to operate. Maybe that's an avenue, and I just wanted to put it out to both of you, what you think about that, and any other tipping point that you see that we could try and tease out further.
Yeah, thank you, Martina. And as the CCAC 2030 strategy, and indeed the Paris Agreement emphasizes increased action to achieve targets. Definitely in the implementation you encounter challenges, and maybe we borrow from Jonathan Banks, who says that if you encounter challenge, apply the principle of ask. If you ask, you will be surprised to see how solutions will come to address for you to overcome that challenge. So going back to your question, there are challenges, as Chile said, that are peculiar to developing countries and developed countries. So most of the challenges in the developing countries, as we earlier mentioned, will include review of our obsolete laws, and then building capacity of our regulators, and then also increase financial and technical support to the countries, and also encourage use of clean and appropriate technologies and best practices, because there are some practices that are not allowed elsewhere, but in the developing countries, when you insist on companies to adopt the new best practices, they will resist to some extent because of the cost that is involved. So these are some of the challenges we encounter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I would say the case is becoming clear that regulatory pathways are working, where they're being implemented, and it's not in the oil and gas sector. My estimation, it's not a technology problem. We have many of the technologies we need, and they're getting better all the time. But the regulatory push, at least in Canada's case, has made a big difference, and I think sharing that experience is something we'd really like to do, and learn, of course, from others as well. We can always keep improving. So that's a major, I think, opportunity, let's say, to accelerate action, is by sharing this experience and these different ways that this can be done in a regulatory context. We also, I think it's got to be coupled with, continuing to improve and implement robust measurement approaches, keep strengthening the evidence for action, but also the evidence of the results of those actions, right? That's a major piece of it. And so thankfully there are lots of actors out there who are already moving, so we can learn a lot and share. So thanks.
Okay. Fantastic, thank you. And I think with this we have come to pretty much the end of the session, and I won't even attempt to summarize everything that we heard. But number one, there's a lot of drive behind each of the pathways. That's, I think, pretty clear. There's something that comes out really across the importance of awareness, of finding the right arguments for the actors to swing into action. The relevance of data in this, both in terms of the identification and making the case for the need for action, but also then in demonstrating the results. And there's some fancy new things with the satellites that have just added to the tools that we have at hand, both in showing and in measuring. And then I think across board, really, the regulatory push. And I think that's something really to look into much more, how we can help, how we can support, and maybe we can put together a bit of a guidance for all of that, and not to reinvent the wheel, but really pulling in on the good experience that exists and what is being done elsewhere, to tease that out a bit more. Teasing out some of the technology options as well, to provide a bit more guidance. I think this is good as well, both with regard to stating sort of the obvious and some of the ups and downs with that, but also some of the moonshots, some of the newer things that are out there. And in terms of finance, I heard a lot of emphasis on making the business case. So it wasn't all about, oh yeah, and then we have to get some finance from, no, it's the actors mobilizing their funding actually to do things slightly differently by making a good case. And I think that's food for thought for us as well, how we take action forward in the pathways. How do we demonstrate some of the things to call people to further action? With that, thank you very much. We have a short break now, and I will see you after the coffee. Thank you.
program at the CCAC, which is the subject of this morning's session. I am joined here, I'll start with introductions and then we'll jump in. I am joined here by a wonderful colleague who I absolutely guarantee you know better than me, Dr. Christopher Malley. Is a researcher at the Stockholm Environment Institute, and I would say probably the most luminous national planning expert we have, an incredible resource for all of you and us in the coalition. He's often embarrassed by my introductions of him, so hopefully he doesn't take that too personally. We kid each other. I am also joined not by Denise Mulholland, who I am very sorry to say is a little hoarse today and unable to give a presentation. And unfortunately, we did not have a placard for our speaker here who's filling in quite aptly. Monica Shinomura, who is now the U.S. co-chair of the Global Methane Initiative Biogas Committee and a long friend of the CCAC. We are going to give some opening presentations about the Methane Roadmap Action Program, what it is, what its objectives are, what are the resources behind it, what's the methodology behind the national planning support that we provide, which will be given by Chris, and then Monica will be speaking about the resources available to GMP partners provided by the Global Methane Initiative. Both of us are, let me just skip ahead and I can follow my slides correctly. Both the CCAC and GMI, along with the UNEP, International Methane Emissions Observatory, are core implementing partners of the Global Methane Pledge. As you know, as was stated this morning, the Global Methane Pledge is a pledge by countries to work collectively to reduce total global methane emissions by at least 30% below 2020 levels by the end of this decade. Within that pledge and beyond that specific commitment, which is a global commitment, not individual national commitments to that particular target, there are a number of other elements to the pledge. One of them being that the countries who signed the pledge are encouraged to develop methane action plans or implementation roadmaps and deliver them as part of their commitment to the CCAC and to other implementing agencies, so that we can help track and support action under this pledge. So the CCAC, our role as a lead implementing partner in the Global Methane Pledge is that we serve as the first port of call, as the slide says, to GMP countries, onboarding them into our community as quickly as possible and giving them access to the resources and operations of the Climate and Clean Air Coalition and our broader partnership. And for those of you who have been in some of the other sessions this week, you'll know some of our core delivery products or mechanisms for collaboration are our 6 sectoral hubs and our national planning hub. They all met on Tuesday. It's through those hubs that our countries collaborate and with each other and with the broader ecosystem of financing institutions, technical agencies, nonprofit entities, and financing institutions. But in addition to that, and in service of this onboarding objective, we have created over the last 18 months a new program that we're calling the Methane Roadmap Action Program. The purpose of the MRAP program is to serve as an onboarding mechanism for the GMP, particularly, well, for all countries that are signatories to the GMP, but in particular the countries that are not already partners to the coalition, to very quickly bring them in, train them in our national planning process, help them develop their roadmaps based on our more than a decade of experience within the coalition, and I would say probably centuries of aggregate national planning experience when you bring in the broad ecosystem of experts who are involved in this process. And help them through that process and get them the resources they need, and then quickly get them into the broader operations of the Climate and Clean Air Coalition. So the objectives of the MRAP program, the topic for this session today, are one, to help countries very quickly translate their existing commitments into policies and implementable roadmaps to we realized very early on in this process that there are probably no countries on this earth that do not have methane mitigation commitments, either within their nationally determined contributions or through some national policies, regulations, or action plans or strategies. That having been said, the vast majority of countries don't communicate those commitments, targets, or strategies, usually in a way that is where you can clearly define the methane element of the target. For example, NDCs, for the most part, are communicated in carbon dioxide equivalent emissions and economy-wide targets, as is the guidance from the UNEP CCC, which is useful for UNEP CCC purposes, but really retards the ambition of working specifically on methane because it can complicate a country's planning process if they don't have the underlying data to support real national planning and target setting. But with that understanding, we have developed a methodology, the MRAP building block methodology, which in its first instance is about helping countries look at their existing commitments in whatever form they are, their strategies, their legislation and plans, and be able to articulate and pull out the methane components of that, use that data and additional analysis if necessary to establish targets or articulate existing targets, translate those into implementation plans that can be financed and implemented quickly. This is a product that hopefully countries can bring to, for example, COP28 to express their ambition on methane and beyond, but it is also part of our broader ecosystem of national planning support that we provide for integrated climate and clean air planning. I've already spoken too long, so I'm going to skip through the rest of this. Beyond, I think actually one more really important element, and I think it's indicative of what's happening in this room. I see a lot of old friends and a lot of new friends, a lot of countries in this room. The ambition with, I think one of the things that I deeply value about the Climate and Clean Air Coalition is the community that we create, the community that languished a little bit during COVID because it's hard to maintain community over Zoom. But when we were having our working group meetings pre-COVID and these conferences now, Washington, D.C. last year and here in Bangkok, it's really as much about learning and developing projects as it is actually creating a community of practice where we all feel like we're pulling together, we're all aiming in the same direction. The intention with the MRAP program, as much as it is about capacity building and national planning, is about helping particularly the non-CCAC GMP countries become part of our community, become part of a community of practice that feels like that is constantly striving to increase their ambition and implement faster. So Chris is going to be talking in a lot more detail about the methodology for national planning that we have within MRAP, so I'm going to cover this very quickly. What we've done at the core is take our, as I said, our national planning experience and try to distill it down into some core building blocks that are really necessary to underpin and support a robust national planning process. We have 5 building blocks. And they are as non-prescriptive as possible. What each country delivers for a particular building block or how they articulate those building blocks is going to be different for every country. But it's important that we have at least some similarity and in the methodology to allow for comparability between these plans, but also that each plan has these core components because they really are quite fundamental to the process. Here are the 5 building blocks. You can tell probably that I have young children because I think in Lego format, although, so the 5 building blocks are: 1, inventories, which really underpin all robust analysis. So strong inventories, followed again by building block 2, that's analytics on policies and measures. Building block 3, target setting. Building block 4 is policies and implementation, pathways for policies and measures, and then building block 5, always a core component, should usually be should be up there with building block 1. Not at the end of the list, but monitoring, reporting, and verification is a critical element of all national planning processes. In terms of the CCA, well, I front-loaded my presentation. Here's a slide of some of the resources that the CCAC provides, and it's the intention of the MRAP program to bring countries in to have access to those. So that includes our sectoral hubs. It includes I gave presentations in my hub meetings on Tuesday about this, but the small scale expert assistance program, it's usually about a $30,000 to $50,000 small scale support fund that is accessible to all ODA eligible countries. In general, CCAC Trust Fund resources are only available to CCAC partner countries, but exclusively for the purposes of the MRAP program, ODA eligible non-CCAC partner countries that are GMP signatories and part of the program can have access to these the small scale expert assistance funding. And this is about, in the case of MRAP, if you're in building block 1 and you find that you're missing, you need to get from tier 1 to tier 2 in your agriculture inventory, or maybe you're missing waste entirely from your inventory, this small scale assistance program could be mobilized to help fill that gap. We also have the expression interest in project funding process, which we presented on Tuesday as well, so I won't go into that. In addition to the MRAP program, we have a methane technical assistance portal on the CCAC website. It has all of our tools. It has links to the application, for example, for the expert assistance technical fund. It has links if you want to make a specific request to our broader ecosystem of experts, and you have a question that you'd like to have answered. We can get that answered through our expert consultation portal. We have a number of tools that includes the template for the Methane Roadmap Action Program, again, which Chris is going to be talking about, as well as, for example, our Global Methane Assessment country profiles, which downscale the modeling results from the 2021 Global Methane Assessment down to the national level, projecting mitigation potentials based on what the models are projecting for every country, and then the costs and benefits of those. Yeah, I'm jumping all over the place. This is repetitive. Again, these are some of the resources. I'll make these slides available so you can have them. You don't have to scribble them down. So the MRAP program is, we are right now undertaking a series of virtual workshops that are primarily focused towards the non-CCAC GMP countries. We've already had 3 virtual workshops, one an introductory workshop earlier in April, and a workshop on inventories, and another workshop, well, actually 4, yeah. One on policies and measures, analytics, and the other on target setting, which concluded last week and had a wonderful example from Japan. Next week, we have 3 workshops on implementation pathways on the 8th. Workshop on the oil and gas sector, agriculture sector, and fossil fuels. And then the following week, we will have a workshop on MRV. This is a scattergram of the countries that have been participating in the MRAP program, and there are some who are CCAC partners, and there are others that have never interacted with the CCAC before, and I find that really heartening. For example, Albania is on this list. I was in the Peace Corps in Albania, so I really like to see them on this list. I'd like to see them join the CCAC, and that's sort of the ambition for all of these countries, the Cook Islands, Jamaica, Saudi Arabia, and the like. So, yeah, a wonderful cohort developing in this community, and we welcome every country who's interested in getting access to these resources, both technical or financial, to participate. Again, I'm getting ahead of myself, so here's the calendar of the workshops that are in front of us. June 8th, the 3 implementation pathway sessions. They'll go in straight order, one after another. They're all an hour long. June 15th, monitoring, reporting, and verification. If you scan that QR code, you'll get the exact calendar invites. We are also organizing in-person meetings for MRAP. Right now, they're primarily focused on countries that are getting financial support from us for their roadmap development. But there is limited availability for countries that are not yet in the roadmap development cycle with the CCAC, and if you are one of those countries and you'd be interested in participating in an intensive working workshop where you get to get your hands dirty and start developing at least the outline of your roadmap, then please do contact me. The next one will be the 26th and the 27th of June. We're going to have one more this year, which will be focused entirely on finance, and we're actually organizing it with primarily the World Bank, and expect to have a large cohort of World Bank personnel there to help countries think through how to gain access to World Bank financing and other MDB resources. Thank you very much. As always, I spoke for too long. I could sense the tension from Chris. But let me hand it over right now to my dear colleague, Chris Malley, researcher at SEI and an MRAP national planning expert.
Thank you very much, everybody. Nathan is a uniquely frustrating figure to present alongside. I want to start by talking about why methane roadmaps are something that we need to move forward for the implementation of the Global Methane Pledge, and then provide a few more details on the different building blocks that Nathan outlined that the CCAC has put together to constitute a methane roadmap. The Global Methane Pledge sets the direction, it sets the goal in terms of global methane emission reductions, but achieving that goal will require the implementation of actions in countries and communities, and the Global Methane Pledge doesn't specify what those actions are and where they will be implemented. So we, the CCAC Secretariat and SEI, did an analysis of what methane mitigation actions are in NDCs currently and how much they could help us to achieve the Global Methane Pledge. We have our 2020 methane emissions on the left-hand side of this diagram and the Global Methane Pledge in red. When we look at the 476 actions that countries, all of you, have included within your NDCs, we find that they cover about 40% of global methane emissions. When we look at how effective each of those actions could be at implementing methane emissions, we find that they are not 100% effective. And so the amount of methane that we estimate could be reduced from the full technical implementation of all actions currently included in NDCs gets us to the Global Methane Pledge target. We estimate that we could achieve a 31% reduction from the full technical implementation of all measures included within NDCs. I think there are two important messages from this study. The first is that the NDCs and the actions that countries have committed to provide us with a pathway to achieving the Global Methane Pledge. But those actions need to be implemented at a scale that countries have not yet committed to in their NDC or not made explicit. Countries have not committed to the full technical implementation of the measures included within their NDC. And so we need methane roadmaps to be able to specify how those actions can be scaled up as quick as possible and to the fullest extent possible. The second reason why methane roadmaps can be useful is there are a large number of methane emitting sectors that are being left on the table, that we have not specified actions for in our climate change commitments. This map here shows the largest methane emitting sector in each country in the world that has not been specified in the NDC as having an action that that country will take to mitigate it. So we can see that for a large number of countries that is the livestock sector, but also includes waste, rice production, oil and gas. If all countries included one action in their largest methane emitting source sectors, then we estimate we could reduce global methane emissions by a further 15%. So the methane roadmaps provide us with the opportunity to identify what those actions are in those sectors that are not currently part of climate change mitigation plans. And we had another good reason in the previous session from Patrick at GIZ. In terms of funding these measures, bilateral donor organizations need action plans to understand what those priorities are and how they can be implemented. So we turn then to the building blocks that the CCAC has outlined as constituting a methane roadmap. Nathan has explained them already. Emission inventories help us to understand what our methane emissions are, how they can be reduced. Analytics, the ability to assess how much different policies and measures could reduce methane, to help us translate it into specific methane reduction targets. The implementation pathways then give us the ability to develop projects by outlining the concrete steps to implement the measures. And the MRV building block allows us to see whether all of the other building blocks together are actually achieving our goals. There's two important things about these building blocks. The first is that these building blocks are already being implemented in a large number of countries. We're not, within this methodology, saying that there is anything new that countries need to do in terms of how they undertake planning in general. It's making these specific and explicit to methane. And the second is that a lot of this information may already be available in other policies, plans, and strategies like greenhouse gas emission reporting, and this is then packaging it together to make a compelling case as to why methane should be reduced and how it can be achieved. So I want to just provide a few examples of each building block before turning to country representatives who are actually taking the action to reduce methane, which I think is probably more interesting. Building block 1 on inventories allows us to understand what contribution a country makes to global methane emissions and therefore what contribution a country could make to reducing methane emissions in line with the global methane pledge. We can understand where mitigation needs to be targeted by understanding what the major sources of methane are, understanding how methane is changing over time, and identifying where support might be needed. The CCAC have funded a large number of countries and projects aimed at improving methane emission inventories. So if you're sitting here thinking that methane emissions have a large uncertainty or could be improved, please email and bombard the CCAC Secretariat with emails because there is support available to improve inventories. We see some great examples within previous CCAC projects of how countries have gone about reporting methane emissions. This is a graph from Ghana's 5th National Inventory Report that summarizes trends in short-lived climate pollutant emissions, including methane, which has more than doubled in Ghana over the last 30 years. I think the important thing in terms of reporting emissions within a methane roadmap is not only the magnitude of the emissions, but also the tier of methodology that is being used. Is it a tier 1 methodology, tier 2? And the underlying data that underpins those methane emissions, number of livestock, waste generation rates, things like that. Building block 2 often follows on from emission inventories by having an analytical tools available to assess mitigation options. This is where we were able to understand how much methane emissions could be reduced from the implementation of specific policies and measures. Our analytics also allows us to understand the broader impacts in addition to emission reductions that can be achieved from different policies and measures. Methane mitigation measures are often not only beneficial for reducing methane and reducing climate change and the impacts that Drew outlined this morning, but have broader social, human health, economic benefits that we can quantify with analytical tools. It provides analytics, the ability to assess methane emission reductions, also provides clarity on how targets, the next building block, can actually be achieved, because we have the policies and measures that get us to a level of methane emission reductions. And I want to show this table, which you cannot see, but is the only example of an NDC in which methane reductions for specific measures are outlined in the NDC document. In Côte d'Ivoire, they report the 38 mitigation measures that will achieve their climate commitment, and in the annex report how each of those mitigation measures will contribute to methane reductions, as well as carbon dioxide and greenhouse gas emission reductions and black carbon. So here the analytics provides the clarity on how methane emission reduction targets can be achieved. The targets are where we get to really understand what contribution countries can make to achieving the global methane pledge, how much of the 30% reduction will be achieved in different countries. And it provides the basis for tracking whether a country is on track to achieve that contribution. Another table which is incredibly hard to see comes from Japan's NDC, which is the only NDC in the world that outlines a specific methane emission reduction target and reduction targets for individual greenhouse gases. Other NDCs in Uruguay, a couple of other countries set sectoral targets for methane, but Japan has really set the standard for reporting how much their climate change commitment will reduce methane. This allows comparability, it allows the ability to understand how much Japan will contribute to achieving the global methane pledge within their targets. Building block 4 on implementation pathways is where we take those targets, we take the mitigation measures identified within the analytics, and identify a set of concrete actions needed to implement those measures that provides us with an understanding of the feasibility of different mitigation measures, how quickly we can move towards implementation. It provides us with an idea of the responsibility, who needs to act in order to be able to implement a measure, what are they required to do, and when, what's the sequencing of the different actions. And it allows us to understand what funding is needed and where that funding could come from. So we see lots of examples of implementation pathways in some of the methane action plans that have already been developed. This diagram comes from the US Methane Action Plan, showing the responsibility for controlling fugitive emissions across the oil and gas sector, across different agencies within the United States. Mexico's short-lived climate pollutant strategy provides another very nice example outlining a mitigation measure, who's responsible for its implementation, what actions are needed, and when they will be taken on different methane mitigation actions. And finally, as Nathan said, even though it's the last, it's a very important building block on monitoring, reporting, and verification. This allows us to be transparent on how close we are to achieving the targets and methane emission reductions that we've set. It allows us to communicate our successes or challenges. It allows us to say what actions are being taken. And it provides the basis for revising our plans based on the progress that we've made. I think it's important to highlight that within our MRV processes, we should not just be monitoring the trends in emissions that we see, as we saw in Ghana's NDC, but it is important to also define indicators that track progress on the actions that we have identified to achieve those reductions. These two graphs here come from the UK's Methane Memorandum, another alliteration with the letter M, which is popular with methane planners. They identify on the left-hand side that there has been a huge reduction in methane emissions in the UK since 1990. Which is important, but I think more important is understanding why that reduction has occurred. And Martina talked about this in the previous session as to whether landfills are a solution for methane emission reductions. In the UK, the large reduction in methane emissions coming from the waste sector has been achieved because there has been a substantial reduction in the amount of waste that is being sent to landfills in the UK. The blue line on the right-hand side graph shows the amount of waste going to landfill. That has reduced. There has been an increase in the amount of waste being recycled and composted, and an increase in the amount of waste being incinerated for energy generation. So we can see from these indicators how the UK has made progress on reducing waste. Agriculture, you may have spotted on the left-hand side, the red line, remains a large source that has not reduced significantly over the last 30 years. So these are the 5 building blocks that constitute the CCAC's methodology for methane roadmaps, and we'll hear later from countries that are actually going forward with their methane planning. Thank you.
How do we get the...
They've got it, he'll put it up.
Oh, okay. So good morning. My name is Monica Shimamura. I'm from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, which supports the Global Methane Initiative, or GMI. Unfortunately, Denise Mulholland, who's the director of the GMI Secretariat, was supposed to be presenting. As you heard Nathan say, that you can see her in the crowd and say hello, but she's not going to be able to speak. So I'm here representing GMI and the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. Oh, there we go. Okay. Hopefully, there's a lot of friends and new faces here, but I'm hoping that many of you know what GMI is, the Global Methane Initiative. But just as an overview, I wanted to let everyone know that GMI is a public-private partnership. We've been focused on methane, reducing methane emissions, and using it as an energy source. We've been around since 2004. We used to be called Methane to Markets, and we focus on the oil and gas, coal mines, and biogas sector, which includes the agriculture, municipal solid waste, and wastewater. What's a little bit different, we're very synergistic with the CCAC, but where we differ a little bit is that we do work on coal mine methane and wastewater. So it's a nice complement to the CCAC and the work that they do. CCAC is one of our main strategic partners, also including the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, which works on, we do a lot of work with coal mine methane in the fossil fuel sector. And also we work with a bunch of other organizations that you're very familiar with as well. The GMI is structured. We have, right now, the United States is our chair. India is our vice chair, and we are looking for another vice chair. So if you are interested, let us know. We have 46 partner countries, and a lot of those members overlap with the CCAC. We also do a lot of work right now that is not just GMI, but we also work with the Global Methane Pledge partner countries. So we're doing work in both of these areas. As I mentioned before, GMI has been around since 2004, and we're very proud of the accomplishments that we have gained since then. We have created over 2,000 assessments, pre-feasibility studies, study tours, publications that are all found on our website. We've trained more than 50,000 people over those years, developed more than 60 tools and resources that are free to you to use. We've also accomplished reductions by 540 million metric tons of CO2 equivalent, which is a very impressive accomplishment, and we still need to do more. This is why we're here. We all need to work together to get more of these metric tons reduced. So some of the activities or the items that we could help the countries, you in the audience, organizations, is to provide assessments where GMI provides a lot of technical assistance. We create tools, we create capacity building, we do partnership activities. And so these are the types, if you see on our screen, you can see the type of work that we provide you, the countries, the organizations, and we really would like you to reach out to us to be able to work with you on these things. And again, it's very complementary to the CCAC. We all need to be working on this together. It's not just the CCAC, it's not just the GMI. We need to be doing this together because there's an enormous amount of work, as we heard over the last couple days, that need to be accomplished. So again, I'm providing some of the tools and resources that are for you to be able to utilize and work together as a team. So I'll just go into some of the sectors. This is just a sample of some of the work that we have done, that we have provided over the years. We have identified evaluating opportunities for greenhouse gas mitigation and operational efficiencies for oil and gas facilities, for example. We have best practice guidance for effective methane management in the oil and gas sector. So GMI is composed of a lot of technical expertise. We have a lot of people in-house that can provide this technical knowledge to you. Similarly, for the coal sector, we have a lot of resources that we've worked over the years, and this is just an example. And these slides will be available through the CCAC, through the GMI, so you can go through this on your leisure, and I will just highlight some of the resources that are available. We've done studies, tons of studies for the coal mine methane sector. We've done trainings, online video trainings that are available for you to review. Similarly, we have cash flow models, different tools for your use. And again, please look at this at your leisure. Similarly, for the biogas sector, we have a biogas toolkit. We thought what was missing was the fact that there weren't a place where you could go to find all the biogas resources. So we've brought the resources together. It's not just GMI resources, but it's resources from other organizations to be in one place for you to be able to find easily, for you to go to find different resources and tools so you may be able to do a biogas project easily and efficiently. So again, we're running on a clock and we need to do our work efficiently and quickly. Some of those tools are the solid waste emission estimation tool that we've heard over this week. Organizations have used. We also have a policy maker's handbook on reporting, measurement and reporting and verification. So inventories. This is another important area that Chris spoke about, that we have tools and resources available for you online. We also have this great policymakers framework for addressing methane emissions. This is coming soon. Again, this is, we're looking at what can we do to help you, and we thought we need things to be easy, efficient, and understandable for you to be able to create a policy. We've heard over and over that legislation needs to be implemented within your country. So this is a guidebook that will come out to help you do that. It's a step-by-step process that you can look at and utilize to find the resources that you need to be able to help implement policy development, and it guides you through the steps. And again, it's a working iteration, so if you find things that you have resources that we don't, we really want you to let us know. Again, if you find something that's not easy, let us know. Again, this is for you. Just a plug, one of the things that we do, we work with the CCAC and other organizations to bring together technical experts to talk and meet each other to share information. And this is one of the key things that GMI as well as CCAC does. It's really meeting, trying to figure out where to engage with each other. So we bring people together. We're having a Global Methane Forum in 2024 in Geneva. We really hope to see many of you there. We hope to see the CCAC. We're working together with the United Nations Economic Commission to bring together the technical experts to talk through what can we do to accelerate methane mitigation. Please go to our website for more information. And I just wanted to thank CCAC and thank Nathan and everyone to put this together. We're very happy to be here. Please reach out to myself or Denise for more information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to get out of the way and get to the more interesting part of the session. Chris is going to lead with a number of countries to provide examples of the work that they've been doing.
Thank you very much. So if all our country representatives would like to come up to the stage, that would be great. While we're waiting for them, I'd just like to introduce this session, thank you, by reiterating that the Global Methane Pledge does not tell us what set of actions to take in order to achieve the 30% reduction in 2030. It's not prescriptive in terms of what actions will be taken. And so it relies on countries and others to specify what actions will be taken to achieve that 30% reduction. And this is why I think it's so important to that we make sure that there are robust methane reduction plans in place that can help to allocate funding, it can help to design legislation to reduce methane emissions. And we're going to hear from 4 countries that are on the pathway to developing methane plans and that have done a large amount of methane work on methane mitigation already. I'd like to start by welcoming Dr. Tran Dai Njia from Vietnam to the floor to tell us about work on methane mitigation in Vietnam. Thank you.
Good morning again. So I have this sort of presentation. Okay. So I want to set the roadmap of Vietnam to implementing the pledge in the GMP. So you can see in my presentation, Vietnam has one of the developing country, but we have the very ambitious on the target of the reducing greenhouse gas emission, as our Prime Minister committed at the COP26. And especially, we had also the first joined the US and the European on the pledge. And in 2021, after the comeback from the COP26, we already developed, in 2022, we developed a roadmap, the national roadmap, to implementing our pledge of reducing under the level of 2020 with at least 30%. So you can see from my presentation, that is for whole country, we have the stage from 2021 to 2025, and then we have the by 2030. So by 2030, we can the total country will not exist the almost like 78 million tons. Now we have 2020 about 110 something million tons of the CO2 equivalent from the methane. And then we have, especially because of the 62% coming from agriculture, so we can see the most of the action is coming from agriculture sectors, like crop production, livestock production. We have this very specific target, and also solid and water management and oil, things like that. But you can see most of the methane reduction will come from agriculture sectors. So for agriculture sector, as I mentioned, that we include the 3 different subsectors. We call it upflow. So we have the methane coming from ethnic fermentation, manure management, and most coming from rice cultivation, about 75% of total methane emission from the rice cultivation. That is why our focus, the action, the concrete activity will be the agriculture, the rice sectors. So from these 3 subsectors, we lay out the different concrete activity. For instance, in the LULUCF, we have mains. In the forest, fire controls, and also stop savanna burning. And for, especially from crop production, you can see the list, the long list of the rice cultivation, mostly water management, AWD, SRI, on mass fire reduction, etc. And then we have for the residual treatment also. For the livestock sectors, most of the activity coming from the fish mix of using the different types of the additive to reducing the enzymes and things like that to get to reduce or observe CH4 emission from the enteric fermentation from the cattle or the ruminants. And for the specific roadmap for different subsectors, you can see from the crops production with the 5 different concrete activity or methods. For the first one, the water management, application of different improved farming techniques for periodic production, changing fertilizer use, and converting from the inefficient rice land into the either crop or the either production, water management, etc. For the in the livestock, so we have the concrete activity. You can see we estimate the levels of farm, the size of the farm can be implemented this activity and estimated the methane reduction by 2020 for each activity, so that we can keep track of that and to see how the progress towards our commitment. The similar for the livestock sectors, we also have the 5 different, like improving the feed ratio for the dairy cow, for the beef cattle, and for the either ruminants, and improving the technology to reduce the livestock wastes and making the organic fertilizer, and also developing organic models to reducing greenhouse gas emission in the livestock production. The similar to the crop we developed, we estimate the expected targets and also the money needed, the finance needed for each activity, and potential source of the finance we need to mobilize. So here I have for the forest and land use sector, we have also the 7 activity, concrete activity from the protection of existing natural forests area in the mountain and the mangroves, and also the either protection forests, improving the carbon stock, and also with the poor forest, and especially, as I mentioned, the stop burning. So in order to do that, we're looking at the different challenges. I think we can share the challenge. The first is having the integrated solution method with the high emission reduction potential, no costs, and suitable for local context, and the capacity of local for each ecological region of Vietnam. Like of the financial investment, far from needed. I think the Asian country we already identify like what we need is about 10 to 30 times from the UNEP report for agriculture sectors. Vietnam is not an exception. The scale of a transfer the new production technology to reduce the greenhouse gas emission and methane, and also combined with resilience, adaptive to bring the core benefits. And the other one is about the capacity and aggressively raising national, subnational, community, and producer level, and on applying the smart technology and technical initiative in low carbon, low methane in the supply chain for suitable food system, and applying digital to keep track of the GHG or methane mitigation to the MRV along like methane carbon and carbon footprints. We are now piloting and working with the USAID under the support of USDA for the livestock sectors, and we are piloting with also in work with Oxfam to keep the carbon footprint and methane footprints for the rice cultivation. Thank you.
What an incredibly exciting presentation. If you wanted a presentation to demonstrate the building blocks that I described in action, that was it. Incredibly exciting to see those targets, both for emission reductions in Vietnam as a whole, and then broken down into the emission reduction potential of policies and measures. Thank you very much. I'd like to turn now to an old friend of the CCAC, Dr. Bala Bapa, to outline how Nigeria is thinking about methane mitigation. Bala.
Thank you, please, and good morning again. As I earlier mentioned in the morning, that we have three sources of methane: the oil and gas sector, the agri sector, and the waste sector. And we have mitigation measures that has been approved for implementation in all these three sources. We have in the oil and gas sector, we have the reduction of gas flaring and also a reduction in fugitive methane emissions. In the agri sector, we have a reduction of emissions from enteric methane, manure management, and reduction of methane from rice fields. And in the waste sector, we also have measures that will address reduction of emissions from solid and liquid waste. So Nigeria, with these measures approved for implementation and are currently under implementation, we also have them in our revised NDCs, which are also currently being implemented. Nigeria is a member of the Global Methane Initiative and the Global Methane Alliance, and also the Global Methane Pledge. And we are committed to their objectives and the achievement of their targets. And we are working towards achieving these targets. Nigeria has also taken a higher step in addressing our climate goals. We have recently enacted a Climate Change Act, which provides for a Climate Change Council with our President as the chairman and the Vice President as the Vice Chairman, with a Director General as the Secretary and Coordinator of the day-to-day activities. And the Secretary is also the focal point for the UNFCCC. Therefore, all coordination of climate change activities now rests with the Climate Change Council, and it has taken off and is coordinating the activities, including implementation of the NDCs. So briefly, I will take us through the major components, because I was just asked that I have 15 slides and I have to present them in 10 minutes, so I will just gloss over certain things, but all these things I'm saying are there on the website. So I will take us through the Climate Change Council, which is an act that has been signed into law with the Director General coordinated the day-to-day activities, and it applies to ministries, departments, and agencies of the federal government, and also the public and private sector. And it's active within the territorial boundaries of Nigeria, And then it has, as I earlier said, it established a council with the president as the chairman, and then the Director General coordinating the day-to-day activities and serving as the focal point for the UNFCCC. So it has membership cutting across all relevant stakeholders, including the private sector and representatives across NGOs, the private sector, and other organizations that are relevant in implementing climate change activities. Then the functions empowers the Council to coordinate all activities of the climate change, including, the mandates of the UNFCCC focal point. Then now I will, that's so much about the Council in brief. If you want the details, it's there on the internet. Then going to our SLCP mitigation in the fossil fuel sector. CCAC, as I said, we joined the CCAC very early as early joiners, and we have developed our SLCP plan, and we are members of the Global Methane Initiative Alliance and the Pledge, and we are committed to addressing, the objectives and targets of these pledges we are committed to. Then the priority measures in the energy sector cuts across residential sector, the energy sector, transport, and electricity generation, and oil and gas, as I earlier mentioned. So the current efforts we are embarking on to address the fugitive methane includes engagement of sector stakeholders on the need to address methane. We have conducted several in-country workshops to build capacity among stakeholders in the sector with the support from Clean Air Task Force, the country regulators who are the Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Council, and then the carbon limits. Then we are also training our stakeholders on the use of country methane abatement tool. And just recently, during the development of the guidelines for the regulation of methane in the oil and gas sector, we used the COMAT tool, but we are now embarking on the implementation of the guidelines, and we have just been informed that the latest version of the COMAT is ready, and that is what we are going to use in the implementation of our guidelines. So the process of implementing the guidelines has started with the support from CCAC through the Clean Air Task Force and carbon limits. So this is what we are doing to achieve our targets of the oil and gas sector. So the next steps will include the continuous implementation of the mitigation measures in the SLCP plan, the mitigation measures in the revised NDC, and then we also continue mobilization for funding and technical support, especially to increase capacity, for capacity building of our regulators to achieve the enforcement and reduction of emissions in the oil and gas sector. And we are also working on implementing the MRV of SLCPs in the oil and gas sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bala. And I think one really important point to note about Nigeria's national SLCP plan, which includes plans for large reductions in methane, is that it was approved by the cabinet in Nigeria. It was the first plan that was developed on SLCPs that expanded beyond the Ministry of Environment to be approved by the cabinet. And this was long before the Global Methane Pledge was set up, highlighting the long history of methane mitigation in Nigeria. Thank you very much, Bala. I'd like to turn now to a country that also has a long history within the CCAC and in reducing short-lived climate pollutants, Dr. Camila Labarca from the Ministry of Environment in Chile. Please tell us about your methane plans.
Hi. Can I get the slides on? Okay, there you go. Thank you. So I'll tell you about our sectorial mitigation plans. We are not doing methane roadmaps specifically because we have to develop sectorial mitigation plans within our law, but they cover the same aspects that the methane roadmaps. So in our climate change law, it has as a goal to be not carbon neutral, but GHG neutral on 2050. And it also establishes our goals on the NDC and our long-term climate strategy as a mandatory. And for fulfilling these goals, we have to develop mitigation sectorial plans and adaptation sectorial plans. And also we have to develop for each region and commune at the municipal level action plans. And for this to work, we have a monitoring system for support, which has in it the inventory system, the GHG inventory system, and the prospective system for GHG emissions. And we also have scenarios, like projections of GHG emissions, that we published in our 5th BOR last year. And we used these projections that allows us to get to GHG neutrality by 2050. It doesn't go to zero because we have also a lot of absorption from the forestry sector. And with these projections, we committed a budget, a GHG budget between 2020 and 2050 in our NDC. And as you can see in the bars graph, the sector that most reduces is electricity production. So, for example, the waste sector increases in its share of the total emissions. In total, it reduced, but the share increases. Just to remember, half of our methane emissions are from the waste sector, then 40% from agriculture, and 10% for energy. And so in our long-term climate strategy, we took this national budget and we divided it in 7 ministries. And it is by law that they cannot emit more than the budget assigned to them. So in here, for example, the biggest budget is for the Ministry of Energy, and then for the Ministry of Transport, and Health Ministry is only 5%, and Agriculture 11%. That is the budget. But actually, what is most important is the effort that they have to do to meet that budget. That is in the middle. It's all in Spanish. But for example, the Ministry of Agriculture only has to reduce 1 out of 60 million tons of CO2 equivalents. But the Health Ministry has to reduce 2.4. So it's the biggest effort that the Ministry of Health has to achieve to meet its budget. And then, according to the law, so this 7 ministry has to develop their mitigation plans. So there's health that is in charge of waste emissions, agriculture and energy, their methane emissions as well. And they not only include measures in their plan that are from their own, but they have to consider intersectoral measures because, for example, in the waste sector, if you capture biogas and you use it for energy, then the energy ministry also have a role to play there. So they have to think on these intersectoral measures. And they can also integrate adaptation because as we have to develop mitigation and adaptation plans, for the ones that have to do both, the plans can be done together. And so the content that these plans has to have. So first there's a diagnosis with the potential of reduction for GHG emissions, and that comes from the budgets. And then a detailed description for mitigation measures at a national and a regional and community level. So they have to be very specific on the territorial. And also who is the responsible and when they are going to implement these measures. And they have to prioritize the most cost-effective emissions, but considering not only economic costs, but also social and environmental costs. And then they also have to include measures related to means of implementation. So not only the measure, so also how is going to be the financing, the capacity building, and the technology transfers required. And they also have to include indicators for monitoring, reporting, and verification. So we developed a guideline that with the contents and activities. So for each of these mandatory contents, there are specific activities that they have to do to develop these contents. But then the biggest one are within the selection of mitigation measures. So you have to identify and characterize possible measures, then prioritize them, and then coordinate with the different ministries what measures will they do, so they are in the same path and coordinated. And then you select the final measure and describe them more profoundly with specific instruments that will get to actually the measure to occur. And we also define for each activity different roles. So there's the responsible ministry has some roles, but also the Ministry of the Environment. We are a technical counterpart for all of the plans, so we also have a role there to play. And then the other sectoral actors and also the regional authorities. We also have a lot of information sheets, that they have to fill with specific information for each measure. First, more broadly as a description to have the prioritization, and then they have to, I'll go for that later, but there are many information sheets for each measures. And within the prioritization, as I mentioned, they have to consider cost effectiveness, so they have to do this abatement cost curves. And then they also, for co-benefits, they have to do these causal chains, and also find the risks within the implementation of measures, so they can include additional measures considering the risks of implementation for some of them. And then when we have the selected measures, they have to, in this new sheets, they have to include the mitigation potential, the description of concrete instruments, other related measures, the scopes, the responsibilities, the costs, and how it will be financed, the risks, the co-benefits, and the indicators. For the indicators, we describe two types of indicators. So progress indicators, so actually how much they are going to reduce in emissions, and also some follow-up indicators, so how is the plan being developed. And because, and they have to report it once a year, and because it's sometimes very hard to have a real follow-up on how is the progress of a measure, it's not mandatory for all of the measures to have these very specific indicators, but for the biggest one, it's more important. Or it has to be progressive. And we also have a Gantt chart. We haven't started the development of these plans. It's not for you to see the detail. But the time that they will take to develop these plans will be about a year. And then they have to start on June this year, because by law they have to all be developed on June next year, which is 2 years from the publishment of the law. And that was my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Camilla. It's incredibly encouraging to see the level of detail that all of our speakers are going into about methane and broader plans for greenhouse gas reduction. It's exactly the complement that we need to the global methane pledge in order to be able to take it forward. Our final speaker comes from Cambodia, Dr. Hak Mao. Please tell us about methane planning in Cambodia.
Thank you very much and good afternoon. It is my great pleasure to share with you about the initial step, the development of our methane roadmap in Cambodia. Of course, we don't have concrete quantitative calculation yet, since we're just early stage. First, let me share you with some climate change related response measure in Cambodia. Of course, we are the most vulnerable country to adverse impact of climate change. We experience flood, drought, windstorm almost every year. And of course, last year we conduct an economic assessment of climate change impact around 2.2% of our total GDPs. We also have conduct an assessment that because climate change, our GDP impact is expected to increase to around 10% by 2050. So I think this is a huge amount that will impact our development plan. Of course, even we bear very little historical and current climate change impact, but we adhere to the principle of common but differential responsibility with our capacity under the UNEP. And on this, Cambodia have been done a lot with international communities. We signed UNEP in 1995 and then ratified Kyoto in 2002. Of course, 2009, the first time ever that the country integrated climate change into the National Development Plan. And then 2013, we developed our 10-year climate change strategic plan. I think it is very important that the country consider climate change as a country framework. And then, of course, we submit our NDC, and the first NDC, and also the second National Communication 2015. And 2017, we also mainstream our climate change into sub-national development plan and budgeting. It provide another framework for the country to take climate change seriously into account at the subnational level. And then, of course, seeing the importance of climate change, we also integrate climate change into the rectangular strategy. It is the government strategies. Every 5 years mandate, we develop a new strategies, and then climate change, of course, we integrate it. And then 2020 is one of the mark year for Cambodia that we update our NDCs. And on this, you know, our country, of course, is more vulnerable to impact of climate change, and we prioritize adaptation mainly. However, in our NDC, of course, mitigation also one of another priorities, and we expect to reduce emission around 41.7% by 2030. And out of this, you know, the methane emission expect to reduce around 28%, and all activities we propose under our NDCs mostly conditions. So we expect that the country has opportunity to reach or to achieve our target by 2030 when we can mobilize resources for implementation. And then 2021 is also another opportunity for our country to develop and approve our long-term strategy for carbon neutralities with our carbon neutral target by 2050. And as I said previously, we prioritize adaptation, of course, but the country have ambitious target to set a carbon neutrality target by 2050. And of course, we need, before we set this target, we need to assess how the impact of our target to GDP growth, job creation, investment, and so on. And having conducted this kind of analysis, we see that when we implement we develop our long-term strategy, we expect to, of course, contribute to GDP growth, job creations, resource mobilization, and also investment opportunity. This is the reason that we develop our long-term strategy for carbon neutralities. And then, of course, we submit our third national communication just 2022, and right now we are at the stage of development of our BTR. We expect to finish by December 2021 based on the common deadline. And of course, because our existing climate change CCAC plan going to end this year, we are planning to update our strategy to be the next 10 years, so 2024 to 2033. And as I said, you know, we, of course, on our policy, we try to balance both mitigation and adaptation, and then we also consider finance mobilization is the main factors to encourage the implementation of our strategies. Why Cambodia joined, or why Cambodia consider methane roadmap? I just need to give the background. Previously, our colleague already showed that, of course, the world leader, they agree, they adopt during the COP26 that, okay, we expect to reduce emission from methane by 30% by 2030. So on this, Cambodia, of course, as the low emitters, we need to conduct in-depth assessment whether the country need to join the global pledge or not, because our priority on adaptation. And of course, we spent several times, as you see here, you know, COP and December 2021, but June 2022, Cambodia just decided to join the global methane pledge. So we need time to conduct this kind of assessment before we make a decision to join. And of course, after we join the global methane pledge, we get the request from the interest from the Institute for Global Environmental Strategy of Japan that, okay, they said they want to support Cambodia to develop methane roadmap. And on this, of course, we see that it's a good opportunity as well for Cambodia to develop a single methane roadmap beside the other source of emission. And we see that the development of methane roadmap, it can support our NDC and, of course, to some extent to our long-term strategy for carbon neutrality. And, of course, then we accept the request. And after that, just recently we signed the MOUs between the Ministry of Environment in Cambodia and IHS shortcut for the development of our methane roadmap. After we get the request from the IHS, of course, we got opportunity, the first time ever for me to join CCAC in French. I think it's a good opportunity that we can discuss with our relevant stakeholder where we should go and how we design our methane roadmap structures. And of course, we come up with a good idea that possibility for Cambodia to develop and to prepare structures that, of course, align with the global framework and also align with Cambodia format as well. Then we see that, okay, it is a way that Cambodia can design the roadmap, and of course we will start a preparation. On this, you know, we decide that, okay, it's ready for us to launch and to disseminate our information to our relevant stakeholder in the country to know that, okay, Cambodia right now ready to prepare the methane roadmap, and we need to get the participation and also cooperation with the key relevant stakeholders. So on 10 May, of course, we launched the inception workshop, and of course we distribute the information, our initiative, and then we also call for the support from the relevant stakeholders, and then we request that, okay, which are the priority sector that we need to include for our methane roadmap. And of course, the main emission of methane in our country, waste and agriculture. And we also think, when we look at our energy sector, of course, methane emission also contribute, but only a small amount. And then we also think that it's possible to extend to energy sector. So right now, if we extend to this, of course, it's 3 sectors will be covered under our roadmap. But we still need to conduct kind of in-depth analysis whether it's possible for us to include in this sector as well. So here I just want to show you the tentative work plan that we expect to develop our methane roadmap. Of course, it's really consume a lot of time. We expect to finish by November 2024. So I think it takes even longer time than when we develop our long-term strategy for carbon neutrality. You know, during then we spent around 7 months to develop a long-term strategy, but this particular roadmap we take even longer time. This is the reason that it takes time, because this is the schedule of our partners, because they have their specific framework to do so. And we expect that by COP28, of course, we will disclose our outline to the ministerial meeting and see that, okay, this is how Cambodia is going to do with the methane roadmap. And then November 2024, of course, we will finish our roadmap, and then we will launch in the country. So I think this is what I want to share, the initial framework of Cambodia that we plan to develop a methane roadmap. And when we're ready with this document, of course, we're happy to share with you as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's exciting to see the process that Cambodia is going through. We have 5 minutes before lunch. I'd like to take any questions if there are any. Please feel free to put up your hand. We'll take a few questions and I'll ask whoever would like to respond to the talk. Any questions? Please.
Okay, I would like to address my question to Chile. I can see that the arrangement set up by this country and to develop and implement the plan is like legally binding. I would like to know if the different ministries involved are really implementing the plan developed, if there is any obstacle for the implementation, how do you overcome those obstacles in your country? The sources of this implementation process, can you share with us also?
Thank you very much. So we have a question to Camilla about barriers and success of implementing the framework that you outlined. Are there any other questions before we ask Camilla to answer? If not, Camilla, please tell us.
Okay. So the climate change law was signed by 17 ministries. So it's a very intersectoral law, and in its development it was very consultative with the population, and in all of the political sectors there is an agreement that the climate change is a big issue that we have to solve. So they are in the same path, and we'll already have like impacts of climate change in our country. So all the population also is very worried that what is the government doing. And so, of course, there has been a challenge on, for example, segregating like what emissions goes to which ministry, because some emissions are like very intersectoral. That's why we also had to consider these intersectoral measures. And we haven't started the implementation yet, but it has been a tough job to convince everyone on each ministry that is their obligation to develop and implement these plans. And usually there was only like one climate change person in each ministry, and it has been a process to make that climate change goes to all of the different departments on each ministry, and not only to the climate change focal point. So I think it will be definitely be a challenge, but yeah, I hope it goes well, the implementation.
Thank you very much. I think we are right on time. Thank you very much to all the participants for keeping to time. There's another question? Okay, John, please go ahead. Final question, and then
okay,
we'll...
thank you so much. Thank you to allow me to ask that question. A simple one. For all the panelists, are there specific financial mechanisms proposed to the implementation of the framework at local level?
Would anyone like to answer that? The question was, is there any finance available for the implementation of the frameworks, the plans at the local level in your countries?
One of the experience from Vietnam, I think one of the barriers is about the lacking of the finance. As I mentioned, globally, the gap is about 10 to 30 times in agriculture sectors. But we need to look at a different opportunity and also mobilization. For instance, for agriculture sector in Vietnam, we are now approaching to develop carbon markets to have the project, for instance, the TCAP scheme from World Bank's LIFT scheme, FCPF, so that we can have the working, that we can be the sources of the for the implementing the reduction activity. So we have the like a low carbon value chain. So from that, we also recognize the reduction of the greenhouse gas emission, and maybe register with different certification organization like Vera, Golden Standards, or work bilateral with a different country in the region. For instance, I think Sweden already have the program to work under the ITMOS trading scheme under the Article 6 Paris agreements with Thailand and either, I think, Congo in Africa, in either 11 countries. And Japan also working in the joint crediting scheme mechanism for the either country in the region. So I think this is also the source of maybe mobilizing the finance for the implementing the framework.
Yeah, in addition to what he has said, there is also provision for funding from national budgets, from the NDC partnership, from international donors, and the carbon markets and carbon taxes that will be mobilized to fund the implementation.
Thank you very much, everybody, and thank you especially to our panelists. I'd now like to hand back to Nathan for what I imagine is a 2-hour lecture on methane mitigation before lunch.
I'll try not to. Is this? Yeah, this works. Anyways, thank you. Join me in a round of applause for these wonderful countries. I did have a 15-minute speech planned, but it occurs to me, I had a feeling that maybe you guys were a little nervous to speak, but I thought, maybe it's actually that you're hungry. You're hungry to you go downstairs and help us prevent methane emissions due to food waste. So, and you're hungry to then go out and help us take action to reduce methane emissions in the country. So, with that, I'd like to release all of you. Thank you for taking part in this session. We have another session on methane finance after lunch, so please come back here. One last announcement. We've had a request. Orlando would like to welcome all of the representatives from the Americas, that's North, Central, and South, to come up to the stage and take a group photo before you're released downstairs to have your lunch. So If you are from the Americas, you know who you are. Come out here and yes, and take a group photo. Otherwise, enjoy lunch. Thank you so much. That was wonderful.
Okay, so it's actually
Paula? Absolute pleasure. Thank you, sir. Yes.
It's a pleasure.
Thank you. I look forward to the roadmap as you produce it. And do let us know if you need to use that expert assistance fund. Okay. Yeah.
Here is also sound check. Here is also sound check.
my slide. Stretch out the head behind the stage there. Okay. You want me to slide so much? Thinking about optics here. I don't want to like guys together. I'll move to the end. Pretty good. No, well, the middle. Well, then I'm sitting next to the other one. No, I'm putting around. You can be Martina and Catherine. I just want to sit next to this gap. I didn't realize there was a gap. Well, but Jonathan, Eddie, of course, Daniel and Peter, things are getting presentations. Thanks. Here, at the end, after years. Yeah. Hello. How does it feel? This is going to be your last presentation. CCAC. The coalition. Well, and you're going to be cute, right? So I'm going to be plenty of reason to keep moving. Got your slides, got your setup over there. Okay, so Jonathan is going to be giving a session open up presentation. Then it'll be you. Daniel. Oh, wait, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Daniel. And then they will be part of a reflection pathway. I'm going to get on the stage and say, did you have full many? Yeah. Here.
Welcome, everyone. We're almost done. Just a couple more sessions to go. So thanks to all of you for sticking around. I think the session that we have here is going to be an extremely interesting session. We talked a lot about different ways of creating change, and I think the finance piece is one that is of paramount importance. So we're really excited to have this conversation today. My name's Jonathan Banks. I'm the Global Director for the Clean Air Task Force for the Methane Program. Excited to be here. Excited to have the folks up here on the panel with Daniel Rochberg from U.S. Department of State, Malik Kadera from USAID, Martina Otto from CCAC, Catherine Witherspoon from Climate Works, Philippe Brunet from Switzerland, and then online, but we can't see him, is from the World Bank. We have Charisse Lepirdis, and they'll be speaking in just a little while. So I am going to start us off with a little intro into the finance space, just kind of giving some overview of where methane finance exists, the gaps, and some of the barriers. Much of this is drawn from a report that we've been working on that will be coming out in the next couple of weeks. And so we'll get going. And so I will start. I think if we can move to the slides. There we go. Start there. All right. So, while we all know that methane's, a critical piece of the climate mitigation efforts, and we've got, over 150 countries signed on to the Global Methane Pledge, the finance piece has not followed the interest in methane. What you see up on the screen here is broken out by three different sectors here. The finance that's necessary to realize the benefit of methane mitigation is the lighter colors, and the finance that is actually materialized is the darker colors. And you see that there is a minute amount of finance available to what should be there. If you look, another way to look at it is look at what the abatement potential is. So this one's a little hard to understand just straight up. The kind of dotted pink lines that you see there, those are the abatement potentials of the sectors here. Renewables on the left and methane on the right. And you can see that when you use a 20-year GWP, methane abatement potential is equal to essentially the wind and solar abatement potential. But then you look at the investment that has taken place in renewable energy and the investment that's taken place in methane, and you can see that we're about 1/10 of the investment. It is a microscopic amount of investment. The big pieces that need to move, obviously, are investment in the global south. That's a huge gap in the space that we're seeing. Of the 150 members of the Global Methane Pledge, almost 100 of them are ODA eligible, and there's an extreme lack of finance flowing into the global south. In fact, much of the funding that has gone into this space has actually gone to the global north. The investments that are needed are often blocked by a number of barriers that exist in this space. For example, in the waste sector, often finance of waste initiatives is missing things like in a country there may be issues with waste disposal fees and collection of those fees that hinder the ability of financiers to be able to fund projects in those countries. There's often challenges related to risk perception around potentially new technologies that funders are averse to. And to overcome these barriers, we're going to need really targeted financial systems that can realize these barriers exist and find ways to overcome them. So when we looked at a number of these things, beyond the limited funding delivered to methane mitigation, there's other real structural barriers within the financial system that we were identifying. One of the things is that until very recently, methane has not been prioritized by any of the funding institutions. They don't have people within the institutions that are champions for methane. This is starting to change within the World Bank. They have appointed a methane champion. Well, this is great, but not all of the banks have methane champions, people that can push this within the institutions. Also, methane crosses over a whole bunch of different sectors, and thus it is not as easily to track, to monitor how finance is flowing, and that has also there's also been a problem with donor governments have really not been seeking out have not been putting forth the money to be able to support the banks in these efforts as well. Also, there's obviously a lack of fundable projects pipelines in the mix, and there's often a complexity around some of these projects where the technical support is not being provided so that countries can get these things to a place where they are fundable. Move forward. As we move on to kind of what needs to happen, we definitely need the banks, the multilateral development banks, to be promoting methane more. That is starting to change. These need to go along with the development objectives of the banks. We need to see these champions being assigned within all of the development banks, not just the World Bank. We need the countries that are seeking to receive this support to also create the enabling conditions, the policies and elements that can help enable projects moving forward and help draw the attention of the funders. And then we need we need donor governments to follow through with the methane finance support commitments that they have made, so that we can see the delivery of those funds helping to drive some of the impact. The CCAC has a role to play in this, and we've been talking about this week, as well as within the board, about the role that the CCAC can play in connecting the needs of the members of the CCAC to the potential funders within the donor within the banks. And then, Philippe's going to talk a little bit about this. There also needs to be this exploration of, how Article 6 could be used to help incentivize methane mitigation, while being aware of the need to minimize some of the potentially harmful trade-offs. There we go. So this is kind of a schematic of what we've been thinking about as we move forward. And Daniel's going to talk here in a second about the methane sprint. I want to introduce another term, which is the methane finance marathon, because what we're talking about here today is the sprint, and that's extremely important. But the long term, when you go back to what I showed at the beginning, what's the need? The long term piece is the marathon, and we need to be getting ourselves ready for what is going to be billions of dollars a year in needed funding to move this forward. It is super exciting to see the sprint taking off. And it is the first step, though, in the marathon that we need to take, because that is going to require a way beyond what has been envisioned so far, if we are to realize what we can realize on the methane mitigation front. With that, I'm going to pause and let Daniel give us a run through of what they've been working on with a number of other countries on the methane finance sprint. Daniel.
All right, thank you. And I'm very curious, Catherine and Philippe, whether you're going to have this experience too, but Malik and I were just talking about how we did not coordinate with Jonathan beforehand, and you're going to see a lot of consonants between, basically I'm going to deliver your points again in a different way. But that's a good thing. I mean, I think the way you guys are thinking about it is fantastic and very helpful. And I want to start with where I left off this morning and just now talk about the finance sprint in the context that Jonathan laid out in this morning's conversation. So if you were here in the morning, you would have seen that the way we think about the global methane pledge as a sort of overall structure, there are these three sectoral pathways: energy, waste, and food and ag. And effectively with this announcement at the Major Economies Forum, we now have our fourth big noun in the GMP, which is the methane finance sprint, which as an aside, maybe we need a noun for policies and data, although MRAP maybe does that. Anyway, but we have this finance sprint. So I wanted to sort of explain what that is because it's quite new and probably didn't get a ton of attention because there's a lot going on at the Major Economies Forum. And then maybe place that exactly in the same context that Jonathan did about the broader ecosystem of methane finance. And I like the idea of the marathon as well. So this is the language from the chair summary coming out of the Major Economies Forum that President Biden convened in April. The upshot is the launch of this methane finance sprint with the goal of mobilizing at least $200 million in public and philanthropic support, with support at the time at the launch from Canada, the EU, France, Germany, Japan, and the United States, as well as Ireland and Norway, non-MEF participants, but obviously very important in this conversation. I think everybody's hope of those involved is this is the beginning of a conversation, not the end, and it is a floor, not a ceiling, very much getting to the marathon idea, Jonathan, that you raised. It would be great if by COP we're not saying we did it, we got $200 million, but we're saying we overdid it, and we have way more than that, right? And I should say the $100 million is already on the table from Philanthropic, the Global Methane Hub, which has been a very strong contributor to all of this work, has already announced that they're going to put in a new $100 million above and beyond their prior commitments, which were already north of $300 million. So that's the sprint itself. And I want to talk a little bit about what's behind this little paragraph and the work that Malik and my colleagues at the State Department have been doing with counterparts around the world. There are kind of three focus areas within making the sprint a reality. One is the top line number goal. Again, hopefully it's a floor, not a ceiling. The other is very much, it was actually in the recommendations of the work that Jonathan just presented. The idea, if you think of this column as kind of a capital stack, it is not proportionate. It's just equal size blocks for now. But the goal of the methane finance sprint is to increase the supply of capital for methane finance and to find that capital wherever we can find it, right? And so the largest sources most likely are bilateral donors, multilateral finance institutions, philanthropies, and the private sector. So the methane finance sprint for now is really zeroing in on the blue and the red there. So within bilateral agencies, the lessons that Malik has been teaching us since he's joined as AID's inaugural methane coordinator are about the incredibly difficult work of getting a bilateral donor agency to think about methane in a way they've never thought about it before. And I'll defer to him to explain the work he's been on in that journey. Likewise, all member states who have board seats on the MDBs have voice and vote and are able to advocate. And I think we're in a world now where if any of our institutions are as serious about climate as we say we are, we have to be serious about methane. And if we're not, that's a problem. That's a problem we have to address. And I think a lot of us are at a place where intellectually we are there, but doing the work is quite hard. And that's what we have to get to. That's the idea, this methane finance sprint. There will be a top line number we try to get to, but there's also a lot of hard work behind the scenes on the institutional side. I then wanted to put this in the broader context, and this is now echoing just embarrassingly, Jonathan, what I should have just stuck with your slides, but this idea that there is a supply side that is going after a demand for methane finance. And I think what's happening with the Global Methane Pledge and what needs to happen if we do this well is we're going to see a lot more on both sides, right? If we do this well, there's a lot more supply of methane finance coming forward. And what we're seeing is a lot more demand for methane finance. We've got 150 countries now that are committed to working together towards this global goal of a 30% reduction. And that demand plays out by those three sectoral pathways: energy and waste and ag, and of course in a cross-cutting nature too, when you're talking about cross-cutting interventions. And in this schematic, the money flows through trust funds and initiatives, right? The CCAC Trust Fund is a really centerpiece vehicle for doing this kind of work. As an example, there's an effort to set up a new trust fund at the World Bank. We've contributed money to the African Development Bank to try to initiate work there. Obviously, projects from any number of sources, investments, and the carbon markets, which I think Philippe might speak to and embed are all channels of investment. And so I think on one hand, I'm here to talk about the methane finance sprint per se, but I just did want to speak really briefly to this entire ecosystem and the really exciting work across the sessions even this week that's going on. That's all part of the same effort. And I think for me, it's been helpful to think about how they all come together. So on the demand side, in this room an hour or two ago, there was this incredible presentation on the MRAP program, which in effect is clarifying, building, and articulating the demand for methane finance by sectors in countries around the world. There's a real opportunity and emergent work, I think, coming out of the finance sprint for donors who are in this space to talk to each other and think about internal coordination. How are we doing our work, and how do we compare notes and make sure we're optimizing and maximizing? What I read from the proposal the CCAC board approved yesterday with respect to finance is there's a real opportunity to be in the sort of connective tissue space in the middle. So one thing that will be helpful, is if a group of people can demystify the supply side for those who are on the demand side. Because right now, all of these different institutions have different windows and different mechanisms and different voices and different languages, right? Like you might need to talk to an MDB, not about agriculture methane, but about livestock productivity. And it might be that if you're in that business, you know that already. But if you're just getting into that business, you wouldn't know that and you wouldn't make that connection. Likewise, I think on the supply side, speaking at least for the US government, we're still not as clear as we could be and should be on demystifying what's being demanded. What do countries that have a methane reduction action plan want, and what do they need, and how do they articulate that? And can we get that information in a way that helps us move more quickly to do the right things? And then the last thing is, I think we've had a number of brainstorming conversations coming out of this whole dialogue about how do we create more muscle memory that connects the two? How do we just learn how to do this work at the level of the GCF mobilizing funds for particular sectors, or the USAID doing its thing, and Indonesia asking the right questions of a USAID? All this is muscles that we haven't really exercised in the methane space at the level we need to. And so we have to just find ways to make this. And fundamentally, I guess the takeaway is the marketplace that connects supply and demand right now is very inefficient and very imperfect. And so what can we do to improve that over time? All right, so that's what I wanted to say. I'm going to hand it over, I think, back to you, and then over to Malik.
Yeah, Malik, you are up from USAID. Really excited to hear you speak. And I think one of the great things about this is it really, what you all are doing at USAID can serve as kind of an example of how other bilateral aid funds and groups can help to prioritize this issue and bring more funding to this space. So I'm really excited to hear you speak, because the spillover effect is quite large. So the floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Jonathan. I couldn't agree more with you on what you just said. And I see my intervention right now as a case study for what Jonathan and Daniel just presented. Again, as Daniel mentioned, I mean, we have now coordinating this with Jonathan, and interestingly, we are pretty much saying the same thing, right? So, so as you will all agree, I think I will tell you that bilateral aid agencies are already playing an important role in funding development projects around the world, and will be expected to actually play a major role in reaching the target of the methane finance sprint by deploying additional funding to support meaningful methane mitigation at scale within this decade, right? And USAID's journey to explicitly and intentionally target methane mitigation, I would say, pretty much started after the launch of the Global Methane Pledge in 2021. That being said, we have actually been supporting methane activities that also have a methane mitigation co-benefit for years, for decades. USAID has been established since 1961, and we've been actually doing a lot of programs in all of the relevant sectors, right? But we haven't really been measuring our methane mitigation impact. We hadn't really prioritized methane mitigation until after the launch of the Global Methane Pledge, right? So to scale our methane engagement and support the methane finance sprints, we have taken 4 key key actions since 2021. I will present really quickly those 4 actions, and I will elaborate later. First, we have actually institutionalized methane abatement within our structure through the designation of a methane coordinator for the agency, and that is me. And we are currently methanizing. That is actually a verb that I borrowed from Daniel, right? So I think I love that verb. We are currently methanizing our existing project with a methane mitigation potential. And then we are currently also allocating additional funding for new projects that will also be looking at reducing methane emission. And finally, we are developing a methane measurement framework. If you recall a little bit, some of the challenges that Jonathan mentioned on the supply side, I think each of these 4 points actually speak to the challenges that Jonathan mentioned in terms of like identifying champions, methane champions, and allocating additional funding, leveraging existing development program and MRV. That's what we do. And I think that's one reason I was saying that the USAID example is a case study right now. So what have we really done in terms of institutionalizing methane abatement within our structure? As I indicated earlier, USAID designated a methane coordinator. And that role actually has been very important because we need a champion within the agency. And methane mitigation does not belong to one single office within USAID. It is a multifaceted issue, a cross-sectoral issue. We have technical offices handling a variety, each of the relevant sector in methane. Not having that coordinator, that methane coordinator was going to be very, very difficult to engage with all the relevant parties and then actually rally the resources, the technical resources across the agency to actually provide the type of technical supports that our missions in the field need to better understand the importance of methane mitigation and how they can actually integrate that in their program. On the methanization of our existing program, which is the second point that I mentioned earlier, what we've done here is that we realized that methane can be achieved as a co-benefit of development programming in the agricultural, waste, and energy sector, right? And we also acknowledge that USAID has been involved in all of these sectors for years. We took a step back and then we did an inventory of relevant activities or projects in each of these sectors. And then we realized that, okay, we do have a lot of activities there. And we have been able to identify up to like 50 programs in each of these sectors, right? And again, none of these programs didn't have any methane-specific objective. So now the idea was now to engage with our team in the field to take another look at the way the activities are being implemented and trying to actually integrate some measure to actually measure, if you will, the methane mitigation impact. Often that doesn't necessarily translate into the injection of additional funds in the program. It's just a different way of looking at what the project is actually doing, right? And again, as I said, I think we have been able to identify about 50 programs that are at various levels of design and implementation. Half of those activities are already ongoing activities, and 16 of those now have a methane-specific objective. That integration of a methane-specific objective in those activities was actually the result of the efforts that the methane team, we have also established what we call a methane working group within USAID that consists of technical experts across all sectors that support missions. We have our livestock experts in the room here in the name of Andrew Bison, who I work very closely with. So as a result, we have been able to actually have 16 activities with a methane-specific objective in them. Now, I would like to highlight 2 examples right now of achievement of methane mitigation achievement in 2 different sectors. in Indonesia, we had a municipal solid waste activity there. That was pretty much an effort to support the government to remediate open dump in the country. As the main objective of that activity was pretty much to prevent ocean pollution, right? But the implementing partner were implementing supporting interventions such as the covering of the placing and grading of cover material over open trash, for example, and or the installation of an emission control remediation efforts, which also contributing to capture and destroy methane, right? So in conversation with the implementing partner, we decided that okay, let us take another look at this and estimate a little bit to what extent we are preventing the emission of methane in the atmosphere. As a result, we found that the implementation of this remediation activity in 2 open dump in the Dominican Republic has contributed to destroy and capture 62 million pounds of CO2 equivalent of GHG. This is roughly equivalent to an annual emission of burning 31 million pounds of coal or 3 million gallons of gasoline, right? So hadn't we really look into the methane mitigation impact of that municipal solid waste activity, we would have never known the methane mitigation contribution in here. And another example here is pretty much in the livestock sector. In Kenya, we have a dairy active program that is actually looking into increasing the productivity of dairy farmers in Kenya. And as part of intervention that we're doing, improving the animal feed, for example, right? And we realized that we decided that, okay, you have a potential to reduce the methane emission intensity. Let us do an assessment of that impact. And Andrew, also here in this room, closely coordinated with the team in Kenya to actually have an idea for the mitigation impact. As a result of that assessment, we found that we have been able to increase the productivity of our dairy farmer by 43%, while reducing the methane emission intensity by 27%. And that is another example of how we can actually achieve or contribute to reducing methane emission as a co-benefit of our traditional development programming, right? So the third point that I mentioned earlier, I think in terms of allocating additional funding for new activity, in collaboration with Daniel and his team at the Department of State, we have been able to allocate now $12 million to support methane mitigation programs in all key sectors: agriculture, waste, and energy. Right. So I think that is actually an important step, and we believe that this initial funding will have a catalytic effect, because we're going to learn more about the methane mitigation impact of our program, and then ultimately that will translate into more funding from our missions, right, to actually continue supporting methane mitigation at scale in the near future. And then lastly, the development of a monitoring and evaluation framework, right? That is something that we are currently doing. It will include the definition of standard indicators for methane mitigation, and then the identification of intervention-specific tools that will be used to estimate the methane emission impact for each type of intervention that we are supporting. That is actually a working in progress right now, but we hope to be able to actually complete this by the end of this year, so we can more holistically measure the methane mitigation impact of our portfolio overall. So with that, that is quickly a case study that I wanted to actually introduce in here as what USAID is doing in support of the methane finance sprint. Thank you.
Thank you, Malik. And those of you who had to sit through the NGO meeting with me probably will not be surprised, but I'm a terrible moderator. I've already messed up the agenda up here. But that's all right. We had a good time in the NGO meeting, and we got through everything we needed to get through. It was just a little bit of a journey. I accidentally skipped over my friend Philippe. who he was going to be sitting over there, and I think that's why mentally I messed up. So it's your fault, Philippe. But Philippe, I would love for you to go now, with no disrespect whatsoever.
Thank you, Jonathan, and no worries at all. I'm glad to zone in on a specific part of the finance landscape here after the great overviews that you gave, Jonathan, and Daniel as well on the broad landscape of methane finance and the challenges there. And Malik, it was great to hear from you how USAID is going about this as well. So I'm Philippe Brunet from the Swiss Agency for Development Cooperation, and we also have a long history of supporting projects that have strong co-benefits for methane mitigation, especially in the agricultural sector, although I think similar to the experience that Malik was showcasing, not always explicitly putting forward methane as much. And so this will also see internally how we can work further on that. But today I'm going to be speaking actually on behalf of my colleagues from the Federal Ministry of Environment of Switzerland, and to look at the opportunities that Article 6 of the Paris Agreement can provide for methane reductions. And Article 6 of the Paris Agreement is not a methane-specific instrument, but it can be quite relevant or interesting at least for methane mitigation and worth discussing. So, without going into too much detail, just a bit of background on what Article 6 of the Paris Agreement means and refers to. Essentially, it's about carbon markets, and it gives a possibility for countries to collaborate in enhancing the implementation of their NDCs with a view to enhancing ambition, actually, with since the adoption of the Paris Agreement in 2015, long negotiations on defining the specific rules for making sure that the carbon markets work in such a way that there's no double counting, that there's additionality, permanence of measures, environmental integrity, and so on, and to ultimately deliver greater mitigation benefits, but also environmental integrity and contribute to sustainable development. And there are two main ways that this cooperation can happen. In Article 6.2, this speaks to cooperative approaches between countries, so it can be more of a bilateral approach. And there'll also be a multilateral mechanism being put in place under Article 6.4, and that going forward might also be interesting for many CCAC partner countries and GMP signatories. And so Switzerland has been quite interested in Article 6 of the Paris Agreement and looking to engage early on with partner countries in how Article 6 could be implemented to unlock early mitigation action and also allow a contribution beyond Switzerland's domestic climate measures. And so far, Switzerland has signed agreements with 11 countries, which are the only operational frameworks under Article 6 so far, I believe, with Peru, Ghana, Senegal, Georgia, Vanuatu, Dominica, Thailand, Ukraine, Morocco, Malawi, Uruguay. So you'll see there are quite a few CCAC partner countries here. And under Article 6, cooperation is possible in many sectors. This is not necessarily exhaustive, but just to give you a quick idea of the kind of sectors that are there, with a little methane molecule there on some of the sectors that contribute a bit more to methane mitigation, like organic waste or biogas, or alternate wetting and drying in rice cultivation, for example. And that specific one is at the core of the very first program that was authorized under our collaboration with Ghana, CCAC partner and co-chair of the CCAC. And it was also the first worldwide authorization under Article 6.2 of the Paris Agreement. And this is a project that was developed with UNDP to bring the practice of alternate wetting and drying for rice cultivation at scale in Ghana. And this is to assist the Swiss government in compensating part of its greenhouse gas emissions over the decade, the present decade until 2030. And so this program promotes the adoption of alternative wetting and drying for rice cultivation through technical training to farmers. And with this, farmers can not only reduce methane emissions, but also increase yields, cut water pumping costs, and improve the efficiency of water use. So there are other co-benefits also beyond the greenhouse gas mitigation dimension. And the program is expected to lead to the adoption of this technique on a large part of Ghana's rice production area, reducing a bit over 1 million tons of CO2 equivalent there. And there are other projects that are not yet approved, but that are in the pipeline that I just wanted to mention to give a bit of a sense of the kind of things that are being discussed. In Senegal, for example, there's a national biogas program that's in the pipeline, one on sustainable waste management. in Morocco as well on organic waste to energy here, treating waste from markets and from slaughterhouses in biodigesters. And Malawi is exploring a project on dairy biogas. So what have we learned so far? Some brief takeaways perhaps on this collaboration so far. Article 6 cooperation can support sustainable low emission practices in the host country, and it represents an innovative avenue for financing mitigation projects, including of methane. And interestingly as well, with the practices, for example, like in Ghana, with techniques that are that emit less greenhouse gases and less methane in rice production, this know-how can also continue beyond the duration of these programs and contribute to transformative change on the long term. And projects under Article 6 can deliver important co-benefits for reducing air pollution or for sustainable development more broadly beyond the specific greenhouse gas and here methane mitigation. Article 6 participation is also complex. It requires quite a lot of collaboration between governments for transparency and efficiency, and the methodological dimensions are also quite important to fine-tune and to work on. So that's a quick overview of Article 6. Thank you. Back to you.
Great. Thank you so much. I'm going to throw another wrench in the system now. I want to make sure that folks in the room also get a chance to potentially ask questions if we can hopefully get through here. But I want to do it in some way of, some semblance of order. In the back of the room is my colleague, Felicia Ruiz. Felicia, will you raise your hand? If you have questions on finance, if you want to just sneak over to her, she can text them to me up here, and I will try to get to those questions if we have enough time. So just want to throw that out there. We have 3 more 5-minute little interventions here. The next one I want to go to is online. We have the World Bank. We have Charisse, and hopefully Charisse can hear, and we can see Charisse. There we go. The floor is yours.
Thanks so much, Jonathan. I really thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to participate in this super interesting discussion. This is a priority program for us at the World Bank. So having the opportunity to engage with you and all the stakeholders, it's a great privilege. My name is Haris Lipiridis. I'm with the World Bank. I'm a climate finance specialist, and I'm one of the key members of the team that is looking after our work on methane. First, in terms of like our track record, and the second one when it comes to on how do we scale up our action across the different sectors. So the first, I would say, message that I would like to give to the participants in the room is that if you look at the MDBs, I mean, speaking about from the World Bank perspective, of course, is that we have been doing a lot of the work around methane. We have been. It was challenging to capture it, but now we're getting into the understanding the kind of like track that we have built and the relationship that we have built in countries. I think we're in a kind of like a very, very good position to be able to scale up our efforts in the context of the methane spree. So there is definitely an opportunity that we need to capture. Speaking of the World Bank, it's interesting to see the kind of like the whole spectrum of initiatives of the World Bank across the different sectors. Of course, agriculture, the waste sector, as well as the oil and gas sector in terms of like methane leakage. But also speaking about the private sector and the work that the IFC have been doing, as well as the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency, in terms of like supporting some of the big transactions that we had over the past years when it comes to the methane agenda. So we have established this kind of like track record, and I mean one of the key things that comes out of looking at this track record is that we have to acknowledge that the political economy in terms of like action on methane is particularly is complex, and the MDBs, I mean, through the different systems that they have developed and the different engagement dialogues that they have in countries, they're able to navigate this political this complex political economy environment in terms of like accelerating action. Last week, I was in Bilbao actually discussing methane, focusing on the agriculture sector with colleagues from bringing experiences from Cameroon, from Uruguay, from India, including actually Uruguay. It was we were discussing also the kind of like bilateral agreement that we're having with that they are having with Switzerland. So it was particularly interesting to have this kind of like follow up commentary on this. And these aspects actually spoke a lot. I mean, the discussion that we had spoke a lot about the challenges that we're having in terms of like scaling up action and how do we have to bring together all the different actors, both on the political level, I mean, in terms of like identifying political champions in the country that they will be able to support reforms into the regulations and policy changes, but also working on the ground, working with farmers in Cameroon or in India, in terms of like educating them and bringing them awareness on the new techniques that are happening, the new available techniques that are there in terms of implementing their changes or changing essentially approaches that have been following for decades and for generations. Our colleague from India mentioned that approximately 100 million people in India that were having approximately 3 to 5 cattle per household. So, I mean, bringing the kind of like this speaks to the kind of like challenges of that we are having in terms of like bringing this type of like initiative to scale. At the World Bank now, we're establishing a specific, with the support of the US government, the US State Department, that we're like thankful about it. We're bringing all the experiences together in a kind of like a coordinated manner. We're establishing a trust fund window within the climate support facility, targeting specifically methane action. This happens alongside, of course, some established trust funds that we're having when it comes to the oil and gas and sector through the global gas flaring partnership program. And we are committed in terms of like addressing the issues like addressing the transaction cost with all the different political transaction costs in terms of like allocating expertise in the country, addressing issues related to capacity building and building awareness, as well as issues related to technologies such as the MRV systems that a couple of you spoke in the past. So there's a lot of like work that we're doing in terms of like mapping and understanding the resources that need to be on channeling these resources and scaling up our actions, and the kind of like three things, the big three items that we're seeing at this kind of level that I would like to that I would like to bring to this discussion is that we have to be always think about how do we develop like cross interventions or like approaches that are like addressing issues across sectors. No, that like a lot of the political environment in each country is driven by big policy aspects like the NDCs or the different action plans that they will be having, as well as many of the interventions related to methane are also related to issues related to social aspects or private financing aspects. So, and it's often usually this kind of like interdependencies that create problems in terms of like scaling up action. So we're like putting some concerned effort, putting some serious effort in terms of like designing this kind of like cross-sectoral interventions. The second thing is that we have identified there are specific, we have to think about like how do we prioritize action in specific countries and like, how do we gather experience from different other programs that they have been shown some success, like the Just Energy Transition Partnership in specific countries. At the end of the day, if you're doing the mapping when it comes to methane, it's a global initiative, but if we want to have like to develop some quick wins, potentially we have to focus on specific geographies, specific countries and accelerate it and having some concerned effort there, either speaking about the energy sector, the agricultural sector or the waste sector in terms of like subnational entities and the big metropolitans cities. The third one is the opportunity that is related to what we have been discussing before, is the opportunity when it comes to carbon pricing and carbon finance, and how do we bring this action when it comes to methane at scale by utilizing markets and utilizing the best way concession also financing. And then, in this context, I think it was, the kind of like problem that we're dealing is like bringing this example of the 100 million Indian farmers that they have like the 3 to 5 cattle. How do we develop like schemes that they will be able to actually bring this emissions reductions and potential abatement to market? So these are the things that we're challenging. We're like committed in terms of like moving forward with our action on this, and you will be hearing more about World Bank's action and as well as other MDBs, I'm sure, action on this agenda, and we look forward to engage more with you. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity.
Great. Thank you so much for joining us, even if it is virtually. Great. So I want to turn next to Catherine Witherspoon from ClimateWorks to give a little perspective from the philanthropic side of things, which is an important element, as you heard from Daniel, of the funding that is being mobilized around the methane finance spread. Catherine.
Since not everyone is familiar with climate philanthropy, I want to give you a little context before I talk about the Global Methane Hub and what they're up to. Foundations are spending about $3 billion a year on work to influence climate policy, and then what we call high net worth individuals, rich people, are spending another $5 to $9 billion on their own, giving it to organizations that they like, to causes that they like, and we try to keep track of all of that activity and bring some strategic sense to it all. An increasing share of the annual spend is going toward short-lived climate pollutants, especially methane, but also F-gases, to some degree, and then black carbon in the shipping campaign especially. So the Global Methane Hub, which was forming around the same time as the Global Methane Moment, has a fundraising goal of $500 million before 2030. They've already got like $300 million in the bank. They're spending $70 million a year to accelerate methane control. And that's apart from freestanding fundraising drives like 100 million plus for another methane satellite, or the 200 million for the enteric fermentation accelerator to sort of crack the code on what's going on inside of a cow's stomach, which is a big part of that work. So the reason that the 70 million a year matters to you is that 10 million of that came over to the Climate and Clean Air Coalition to help develop the methane roadmap planning tools. Other organizations able to handle large grants can apply for and accept them about moving the whole policy dialogue along. They also give out micro grants to people who are working diligently on one sector or another, and they encounter a roadblock and they need $50,000 for a quick study, bring a consultant in, whatever. Patty Ree, were she here from the Global Methane Hub, would say, just bring your problem to me, tell me what it's about, I can get you a check in a week. What philanthropy does not pay for is direct implementation. That is expected to be borne by the polluter themselves, the country, or the wealthier nations assisting the poor, or carbon markets, capitalism generally. What philanthropy is paying for is to get all of the material ready for action, to help with strategic communications, to help mobilize civil society so that they're present in the hearings, that they know about the hearings that are going on, they can lend their voices to it, so that it shows up in the newspaper with provocative headlines, so that science keeps up with sort of the debate, and that arguments against regulation are countered effectively, that issues over costs get resolved. So I would say philanthropy is here to stay on methane abatement. It's really exciting. The Methane Hub intended to work itself out of business, to give a quick shot to the system and then leave, but they're having a strategic retreat this week, and I'm sure their retreat is talking about continuing through 2030 at least. Philanthropy always dreams bigger than what's possible in the real world, which is a good thing. Somebody needs to be like really out there on the fringe. So I expect them to be with us through 2030 at least, and perhaps beyond. And so I can help introduce you to Patty Ree if you don't know her. She does all the outward-looking partnership work to bring your proposals to her. She says, don't ever come to me and say, I need this amount of money to work on something for the next several years. She wants something specific and discrete. I've got a problem. I need this money to fix it. She'll cut you a check. I need this study done. I need that group assembled. Philanthropy has convening power. They get people into a room who wouldn't ordinarily meet and hash out a decision. So those are the kinds of things philanthropy is good at. And pounding on the table and raising health, which is my form of philanthropy. And it's been an enjoyable week here with all of you. in Bangkok.
Thank you, and hopefully you'll keep pounding on the table, because that's an absolutely critical element. I think I also hope that the hub, or some version of the hub, sticks around post 2030, because I think when we look back at the global methane assessment, you see all the stuff that's supposed to happen between now and 2030, and there was that a lot of text in there that didn't get a whole lot of attention, but it was everything that has to happen after 2030, the increasing focus on agriculture that will be needed in order to keep getting the kinds of reductions that are necessary to keep us on track for our climate goals. So some version of methane funding will be needed for years to come. Last but not least, definitely, is Martina from the Climate and Clean Air Coalition. I will turn to you now.
Thanks very much, Jonathan. And it started by saying, oh, well, we have similar things that we say, and it is a reflection of the fact that we have spent quite a bit of time together thinking through this and working together on this. And we have come to see that there is a real need for a translation effort, and it's been normal. We are used to that, to translate from our environmental concerns to the respective line ministries or on the substantive side, so that we translate the concern and try and see it from the other side, the problem from the other side, to find a solution that talks to them, to bring them on board. That's something we're really used to. But the finance sector, a little less so. And so we have to learn a whole new language. And not only that, we are writing the dictionary together, I have the feeling. And it's really good doing that. It will help us going forward. We heard a little bit about, and Jonathan introduced that, the barriers that are out there for more finance going into methane action. And in the CCAC, we've been trying to address that, the help on the regulatory frameworks, for example, looking at the roadmap work, so really putting things out and give all the others who actually have to do something with it, including the private sector, a bit more of a direction of travel as well that comes from the government side. We've been looking at some of the key risks, and something else that was, and I mentioned it this morning, something else that was discussed here and approved by the board for a pilot is this TEAP, the Technology and Economics Assessment Panel, that can help with demystifying some of the technologies by bringing the information really down to the contextual level as well, and putting numbers behind that. So I think that's a real key step as well in this translation effort, bringing things forward. And all that is sort of part as well of this finance plan that we've been discussing here, with two tracks. One is a project track with early preparation, project preparation, and the other one is a political track. Now, the early project preparation, we talked already a little bit about it. And the other one is really this political track, is trying to, by using our mere convening power and having so many governments on the table as well, to use the power within the banks, the regional development banks, the World Bank as well, to open up these windows. And that to some degree has happened already, and it's going forward. There's a bit of a special case for the fossil fuels, and I just want to put it out there as well, because overall as a community, we've been doing good. Of being finally heard that maybe there should be no new investments in fossils, and now we're coming back and we're saying, well, there has to be some money in the methane reduction, and it's not a contradiction, because we have to. There's one thing about the no new, and there's one thing about what do we do with the existing, and we have to just do that. And it is a little uncomfortable, but I think it's worthwhile saying it to explain it and help as well with disentangling that in the different finance institutions. They're on board with it. And so for the CCAC, we see ourselves as providing a bit of a glue in all this. There's this growing financial ecosystem. And you heard different players can do very different things from their different vantage points. And the more we coordinate together and we connect the dots between them, the more we will be effective in driving things forward. So whoever can put money into the more risky stuff, into some of the innovation, that's one thing. The ones who can do the technical assistance and so on, just aligning that a little more. That was the second thing that I had. We need to use whatever we can. What do I mean by this? We have to be a bit more creative about making some of the connections. And I thought it was really interesting what Philippe was telling us about Article 6 being one of the first movers in this and actually use this new tool for this purpose. So which other ones do we have that we can actually repurpose or special purpose for this? There's definitely something still to be done with the private finance institutions. There have probably not been enough around the table. Some of them have made commitments to set targets for their own operations. We have to tap into that as well. There's the GCF as a key group as well, and as the CCAC, we are working at the moment on a umbrella project that would actually really help unlock something there if it indeed sees the light of the day, and we hope it does. And I really want to make sure we don't forget that the private sector is so critical, making this connection between public and private money. And that means we have to make the business case for this, and we have to really be good in doing so. And I thought it was interesting what Malik said in terms of what you've done, the steps. And it's something that I've, in all the discussions that I had with, like-minded and other institutions, it has to be someone's business. So having a person whose job it is critical to move the needle. It sounds trivial, but it's not at all. So I think you just felt the weight, right? But I think it's really important. The second is the sectors that we deal with. They're not new to the organizations, that the funders that we're talking to either, but they haven't looked at it from the methane perspective. And that's what Danielle is talking about, the methanization of it. But it is really teasing out the specific angle and helping to tweak the portfolio a little more as we go. And something that came up in the discussions that we had here is how can we pull the trade aspects into as a lever? And I just want to hold that thought for all of you, and that we start thinking collectively a bit more about that. And I think with that, I just want to stop. It's a few additional ideas and teasing out a few things that we need to keep on the radar as we go forward. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Martina. So I want to maybe start, Daniel, with a question to you. We talked about the World Bank a bit, and we heard from the World Bank. There's a tremendous amount of funding that's available in the regional banks as well. I wonder if maybe you could talk a little bit about some of your outreach and some of the hopes that you have for some of the regional banks themselves.
Sure, thanks. It was great to hear from the World Bank today about their leadership and the work they're doing, a lot of the putting in the time that Malik has described in his journey. And I think they said quite well that hopefully this is something that you see echoes of across the development banks. And I think we have seen it. I was a couple weeks ago at the Inter-American Development Bank. They just launched a new waste hub for Latin America, or for the Americas. It's waste and circular economy. That's something that was born not out of a methane objective, but they are tracking GHGs, and they're quite eager to talk about the methane piece of that. And that was, to me, evidence of a very clear direction of travel for that piece of the Inter-American Development Bank. And I think we only need those kinds of things in 3 sectors across all the banks. So the more that we get those leadership moments where a bank says, for ag, it makes sense for us to do ag and methane and to prove out the case and to do what Malik is doing at AID, but from an MDB perspective, I think that's going to be incredibly important to sort of just be some sort of a front runner kind of inspiration for others who can then follow. And I think it is, on one hand, as Martina said, it's a new dictionary perhaps, but like we all know how to read. It's just once we learn the language, we can do it. So it's not unlearnable, and in fact, it can be quite quick. The more that others go up the learning curve, it's going to make it easier for the next and the next and the next. So I think our hope would very much be that each of the regional MDBs finds what works within their sort of enlightened self-interest to lean in much more as they lean in on climate, again, to lean in on methane. We've spoken with the Inter-American Development Bank at some length, as I mentioned, and then the African Development Bank, when John Kerry was in Dakar last year for the AMCEN meeting, he made a pledge of $5 million from the U.S. government for a methane-focused trust fund there as well, very much an analog to the climate support facility work that the World Bank is doing. And so that's a real opportunity, we think, to continue to engage with the African Development Bank for those who are in a position to provide contributions. It's also the kind of thing alongside the CCAC trust fund that is an open investment opportunity to think about for public sector donors, is to give the banks the small amount of money they need up front to leverage the much larger amounts of money they're going to be spending towards methane.
Great, and maybe build off of that, Martina. We have the World Bank, obviously, but we have other banks part of what other banks do we have part of the CCC?
We have the regional development banks. We are in the discussions with the African Development Bank, with the Asian Development Bank. So that is pretty good. Inter-American Development Bank as well. And yeah.
Okay. I'm just curious about the possibilities, along the lines of the kind of the finance efforts that we're working on, how we can harness what the World Bank is doing, plus the engagement of these regional banks into creating that kind of environment where all of them are methanized. I'm going to be using that word a lot. So Malik, along the lines of spreading the word on this, you mentioned some really great stuff that USAID is doing. Have you already formulated a game plan for how to, especially within the countries that are going to be donating to the methane spread, how to also spread to their bilateral aid agencies what you're doing and potentially help incentivize them to do the same?
That's a great question, Jonathan. So we have already engaging with other bilateral aid agencies to actually raise their awareness on the methane finance sprint. And at the same time, we are using that opportunity to tell a little bit about USAID case, as I just mentioned earlier. But I think one thing that we have mentioned as we met, I'm not going to name any name here right now, but one thing that we have mentioned during our various conversations is like methane mitigation is not something we are focusing on. It's not a priority of us. And so when in the discussion, when we talk about addressing methane emission as a co-benefit of traditional development programming in the waste, agriculture, and energy sector, I realized that some eyes, just open. Oh, I didn't know that, that is a way to actually address methane. And one particular bilateral aid agency that we met with last week decided that right after our meeting that he was going to actually launch an inventory of activities within their portfolio that have a methane mitigation potential. And we also offered to actually continue engaging with the team to share our experience. And we also shared with them a variety of documents that we prepared for our internal use, to really frame the way we are approaching the integration of methane mitigation in our portfolio. So to answer your question here is, the approach here is doing bilateral engagement with each bilateral aid agencies, right, and raise the awareness on methane mitigation opportunities in the portfolio, right? And share USAID's case with them. That's pretty much how we are looking to do. And then the other thing also here is that often you also hear from other aid agencies that we don't have money now to do methane. And our response has been that, okay, we understand that, but you may already be addressing methane emission, through what you're doing right now. So take a look at that, right? And then start already measuring the methane mitigation impact. And you can use the finding, right, to actually, approach your leadership with that. Here's what we can do with our current existing. That could be an opportunity to actually lead to additional funding in the future.
Catherine, maybe you could say a few words about, any kind of untapped potential that you see on the philanthropy side. I mean, there's a tremendous amount of funding that has been generated within the context of the methane hub, but when you think of moving beyond the sprint to moving to the marathon and the billions of dollars that's going to be needed, do you see any space in the philanthropic world that is where that kind of, not that kind of money can grow, but where philanthropy can play a part in that marathon part of the funding that's necessary?
Yes, a couple things. Philanthropy is looking ahead to the just transition and how that gets financed. And so IKEA Foundation, for example, is investing in just transition plans, just through $20 million of that. And so to the extent that there is a poverty alleviation, a job displacement aspect to methane control, there's an angle to pull it into the just transition stream. Something else that philanthropy works on a lot is corporate responsibility, because those are the deepest pockets there are, and moving things up that chain so that they're financed as a matter of course within a company's own balance sheet. So that only works with major corporations, multinets, but that's something that should never be forgotten, to pursue that. One of the great disappointments of my life is that philanthropy has not responded fulsomely to air pollution as a urgent need. There certainly exists the Clean Air Fund, with a modest investment, a modest trust fund, but nothing of the scale comparable to methane. And if you think about what motivates politicians to act, it's far more often an immediate health threat than, a 50-year temperature rise. And so we ought to be able to, as we're pursuing methane, to get more people going on the air quality side of it. And we've tried a few different things. Climate funders reached out to health funders. They didn't speak the same language. They found a couple things to collaborate on in the middle, but they were tiny. And so I think there's still some ground to plow there.
And that was the lines of a comment from Sergio that was texted to me here, as well, of finding those ways to augment the language of what we're talking about to include the clean air aspects as well. Martina, you raised something. I'm not sure how many folks keyed in on it, but this issue of funding of oil and gas. And this is maybe a question for everyone here, but when you look, no matter what your vision of the future of fossil fuels is, most of the organizations in Europe talk about a 2035 phase out. The European government talks about like a 2040, phase out, I think, of fossil fuels, and you go around the world and there's various opinions of when the fossil fuel phase out will happen. And I think where the need for investment there comes from the fact that if we simply wait for the phase out, the amount of methane that happens between now and then will doom us all. What needs to happen? What do the financial institutions need to hear from a room like this to feel comfortable that investing in methane mitigation, even if it is in the oil and gas sector, is okay. I don't know if you have thoughts or others have thoughts. This is an open question.
I'm happy to give it a start since I brought it up, but I'm definitely looking to everybody on the panel because that's not an easy one, right? And let me be clear as well. I mean, did not say that big companies that have made huge profits that they need any money from anybody to do the job, right? I mean, let's be very clear about that. There's one, and Drew was very, very eloquent earlier today. It makes economic sense to not let the methane that is either leaking away or flared away to go to waste. But it's more profitable to use the same amount of money to do something else. And that is something we have to change. And that goes right back to good old regulation or the, corporate social responsibility and so on. So I think that's one thing. But there's a lot of there's a lot of nationally owned oil companies as well that often lack some of the capacity that is needed to do things. So that's something that we absolutely need to reckon with. And so I think there is a spot to look at. And I think in terms of now coming back to what do the banks need to feel more comfortable that whatever money they would spend on these kinds of investments to address methane would not be seen as unnecessarily prolonging the lifetime of, I think that's a key factor, that it's sort of acceptable to use that money. It's not to prolong the lifetime of oil and gas unnecessarily. That's one. To deal with a problem that is a real problem right now, and that if we don't deal with it, you said it, we'll be doomed. I think this is something that has to happen in the interim. And we've been giving some thought to that as well. If we make it a story of you have to address that as part of the license to continue to operate while in this transition period. That's probably the angle to take. But I stop here and look at the rest of the.
I mean, I really just want to reinforce what Martina said, and I think it's just very important. There is there are two very related, communications opportunities in this coming COP. One is about methane, and despite the moment and the momentum, it is still very, very important for everybody to understand that you cannot be serious about climate if you're not serious about methane. And that means as we roll into another cycle of NDCs and the like, thinking about our governments, large and small, and especially very large, thinking about what they're going to do to cut methane. A, but B, this other thing is there's a very simple narrative that is out there right now, I think, in the ethos that is all fossil is bad, and we're taking care of that. And what we heard from Drew this morning is that all of the 1.5 aligned decarbonization in the world, the best of it, does 1/3 of what we done under the global methane pledge in the oil sector. Even when we achieve the decarbonization we need to keep 1.5 aligned, there are two problems. Number one, as he said, we reap that harvest later in the century than now, so we overshoot. And number two, we leave on the table tons and tons and tons of methane that are being emitted from current infrastructure, what Martina said, not new build stuff, but the current stuff that even as it's being phased down, et cetera, that's just there for the taking and needs to be taken and for us to actually keep 1.5 within reach. That's more nuance than saying never invest in fossil anymore. And this is something that's come up. I mean, the State Department has guidance on investing in fossil, but the guidance is specifically nuanced such that we do not invest in new fossil infrastructure, and we do invest, AID and others, in leak detection and repair on existing infrastructure. There's nuance here that Martina talked about, which is you want to make sure that when you do that, you're not enabling more infrastructure, and there's a balance to be struck. Nuance is harder to sell, but it's vitally important that we do, because there's a massive, massive fossil opportunity. It is 0.1 degrees. Which matters in this world is if we take care of the abatable fossil in the near term under the global methane pledge. We can't leave that 0.1 degrees off the table because we're not getting the messaging right.
Great. Thank you so much. Oh, Malik, you want to go quick because we are at time, but go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, I think, as you know, considering, natural gas being considered as a source of clean energy is a topic of debate. But one thing is clear here is that when you actually limit the emission of methane, you ultimately, make more natural gas in some instances available, which can ultimately displace the use of dirtier gas in some countries, particularly where the main source of energy can be coal or oil, for example. So I think the combustion of natural gas, such as methane, will actually release less, greenhouse gases in the atmosphere than those other sources of dirtier energy. So that could be a talking point to be used for those partners that are still wondering whether to actually address methane emission in the oil and gas sector.
I'm sure we got everybody riled up now. You guys all look excited. All right, that's it. We have to close up. I think we have a coffee break for how many minutes? Coffee break? 15 minutes?
A quarter till. Right?
Or
We're all 30 minutes, but we're a little into the time, 25 sort of, right?
All right. Quarter till. All right. Cheers, everyone.
Full slides.
Double checking the voice out there, but they are double checking that it's not someone else. Yeah, I just want to start that we are setting up a CCAC.
Okay, here we go. If you can please take a seat. Not sure whether everybody from outside is back in the room. There's still a few people coming in. If you could kindly take your seats. Okay. Wonderful. Then let's get started. That's the last little bit. We've been talking a lot about sports analogies with the sprint and the marathon. That's definitely the sprint phase now. And thanks for having been hanging in there with us. 4 days of program was quite a bit, and obviously there's still the field visits to come for those who have signed up and got confirmed. Please check that. And it's my pleasure to, lead us through this last bit now, the closing ceremony of the Climate and Clean Air Conference 2023, which served as the annual meeting of the Climate and Clean Air Coalition and also the Clean Air Week
with quite a bit of focus on this region, Asia Pacific, but also beyond. For that part, we teamed up with the UNEP Regional Office for Asia Pacific, as well as with UNESCAP. And we're very, very proud to and thankful at the same time for having been here in this venue. We also thank the ministerial level engagement with the ministers of environment of Mongolia who came here to address us in person, the contributions by the ministers of Japan and Korea, and we had Rick Duke, the deputy special envoy for climate from the US, joining us in the board meeting as well. We had very engaged discussions over the past few days, and obviously I thank you for that. And we'll see a little video with snapshots of what people felt about this and took away. If you could kindly show the little video. Thank you.
I work on air pollution because I believe that this issue affects people's lives and people's health.
Our generation is the one that has to start working on it.
After seeing that what impact the environment has on the poor people, so I felt it that it's a duty to work for these people.
I work on air pollution because everyone around the world has a right to breathe clean air.
Pouvoir aider nos populations à retrouver la santé et à retrouver à vivre dans une qualité de l'air.
We are a small country. We are exposed to a lot of climate change impacts.
I experience every compounds of SLCP. You name it: methane, black carbon.
Children should not have to grow up in a world with dirty air.
Alors, les questions de changement climatique et de pollution de l'air aujourd'hui sont des questions actuelles et factuelles.
The one thing about the Climate and Clean Air Coalition that excites me most is that it is linked to action and to solutions.
The solutions are already here.
It's great knowing about the experience of other countries because we all have similar issues.
We all have the same issues.
La réunion qui nous a rassemblés ici nous a permis non seulement de regarder le niveau d'avancement de chacun des pays.
For us, it's very important to take part of those meetings and those coalitions.
Je suis très heureux de prendre part à cette réunion qui est pour moi un rendez-vous du donner et du recevoir.
I think what's been particularly exciting and interesting is to hear the different ways that cities and countries are working to tackle air pollution and climate change in an integrated manner.
So what's exciting about the conference so far is that I am able to interact with people who have taken solutions, who have implemented policies on the ground.
La mejoría de uno es igual a la mejoría de otro.
That not only the knowledge, but also the skills and the practices that I have learned in this conference, I will share it to the communities that I am currently serving in the Philippines.
Together, we can clean the air and fight climate change.
Ensemble, nous pouvons lutter contre la pollution de l'air et contre le changement climatique.
Juntos podemos detener el cambio climático y la contaminación del aire.
우리 함께 기후 변화와 대기 오염을 멈춰 보아요.
आइए हम मिलकर धरती माता को बचाएं.
Together, we can cut air pollution and climate change.
يمكننا العمل جميعا للحد من التغيرات المناخية والرفع من جودة الهواء.
Ensemble, luttons contre le changement climatique et la pollution de l'air.
Habang tayo nagsasama-sama, halina't wakasan natin ang polusyon sa hangin at ang pagbabago ng klima.
Juntos nós podemos reduzir a poluição do ar e combater as mudanças climáticas.
ร่วมด้วยช่วยกันเราจะต่อสู้กับมลพิษทางอากาศและการเปลี่ยนแปลงในสภาพภูมิอากาศไปด้วยกันค่ะ
Okay. Thank you. And it shows the richness of all of us gathered here. And with that, I would like to hand over to my good colleague, Mushtaq Memon from the Regional Office of the UN Environment Program. Please.
Thank you, Martina, and good afternoon, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. And before I go to the maybe first time in my life to written notes, I can't resist to say something. People ask why we are in Bangkok. I say in Bangkok, you don't try to go out in the hot summer, so you need to work inside. That's why you are in Bangkok. But the real point is that if we make world more warmer with the climate change, we stay more inside, we work more, we continue to be on our computers. So to get out, enjoy the beauty of nature, we need to work for climate change to make the outside life cooler. And this is for Bangkok when you're really here and you really feel that should be cooler. So let's work together for the climate change. And so basically this week we saw a lot. Numbers, 800 registrations, 400 in person. It's a huge, it's a big, after especially COVID, when still the things are picking up, this is a huge number in person. And also 5 days attached to the computers online, whole day sessions is a huge commitment. That shows your commitment, that how you are working together for this. And in the 4 days, we have seen various things and also quite in a coordinated manners. So you talk about the cities. We had the cities, we had the regional level, we had the global level, we had the national level discussions. And you look at the different topics. You move from waste to the black carbon, to the transport, to the energy and so on. So basically across the different sectors, across the different levels of the governance, across the different type of stakeholders, whether it be the governments, researchers, academia, private sector, and so on. So as Martina said on the first day, we do have the tools to address climate change and the air pollution simultaneously, but we must work across silos if we want to achieve near-term success. So this is about silos, whether it be the governance level from top to down across, whether it be the sectoral level, whether it be the stakeholder level. So this is about bridging the partnerships to really work across the silos. And that partnerships we saw is coming up very well. And then also we launched quite many reports, publications, including the Seoul Incheon Gyeonggi, which a big thanks to our partners, and also the cost of inaction and so on. So we saw quite a lot of science in the room. And also that science is sort of the word of a disruptive that is really creating a little bit of anxiety, which is very important to bring those things on the table, whether we talking about increasing air pollution, whether talking about 1.5, whether we can meet or not, whether we talking about the transboundary and geopolitical issues and so on. So this is important, that how we can make the science disruptive for our policies and so on to come up very soon, or the new technologies and so on. So basically a growing scientific evidence with the robust data, effective technologies to inform policy making and foster multi-stakeholder cooperation is the key where CCAC really emphasize. And then legal instruments to support enforcement and facilities, and to really bring the knowledge exchange. As you saw, I mean, how many countries are here in the room? How many different types of stakeholders are there, for example? How many different sectors are in the room? And you are quite, like I saw my friends, they were saying, oh, coffee break is too short. We need more time to talk, because you get out of the room like it's hot cake and you want to still dig down to really make a point. Then we had a lot of challenges which were taking up, suppose financing, which has been always a challenge for governments. And we had innovative financing to talk about how to address air pollution and climate change. So let me really express my sincere thanks to each one of you for generously sharing your expertise and resources to overcome a common challenge as we have. And this common challenge is a combination of air pollution and climate change. So we work continuously, but also let me also invite you, because the next big thing is coming is the Ministerial Forum for Asia Pacific in Colombo from 3 to 6, where we will be having a lot of a deliberation by the countries to come up with the supposed UNEP. Like many countries are discussing, talking about the air pollution might be a UNEP resolution, like next big thing, like a plastic negotiations are happening in Paris today, for example. So you never know. So this is where this is coming. So as we draw the close to this today, I really want to appreciate my really big thanks to Martina and the whole team, how they work from Paris with us. That was really huge. Then the partners, then all our support like colleagues and all of you who really make this happen. And we see no any unpleasant thing. Usually in these big conferences, there are small issues here and there. This is fantastic. And so big thanks to everyone and in the leadership of Martina. So I thank you all, and I wish you really a wonderful tomorrow's field visits and then journey back home. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Mushtaq, every time again. But careful what you wish for, right? But with this, I would like to turn now to our youth strategy. And there's good news, because we have a new youth strategy, our first youth strategy in the CCAC. And not only that, if you look back in Washington, we had 2 youth representatives in our meeting. At the COP, we had a youth representative at the ministerial having a slot there for a short intervention. And this time we had 10 youth joining us virtually, and we had 5 in the room. I made them stand up. I won't put them through that again, but we have one of their representatives, and that's Clarence Gio Almoite. He is a student and also the Asia Pacific regional focal point of the Children's and Youth Major Group to UNEP. And I'll give him the floor, please.
Sorry. Thank you, Ms. Martina, for the opportunity. First of all, I'm Clarence Gio Almoite from the Philippines, and representing the Children and Youth Major Group, a mandated youth constituency to United Nations Environment Program, or UNEP. And we are talking today for the children and youth of the world, especially for the ones in the Asia Pacific. So we have young people growing up and children being born every day. They are not only born into the world where they become exposed to pollutants, but they are born with it, as pollutants have moved up to the food chain. Actually, 1 in 10 deaths in children is under 5 years old. So we are not just numbers on statistics. So we are people with lives. As we grow up, we are forced to wear face masks on our way to school. Sometimes we don't have school days, as it's unsafe for us to be exposed to pollutants in the air we breathe. Our lifeline has 3 main necessities. So food, water, and air. Think about how long you can survive without water, food, and air. Perhaps 3 days without food and water, but you can go on for 3 minutes or even 3 seconds without air. I have a news. You can't. It is the most precious of all, and sadly, all 3 of these are no longer safe for our well-being. We are born in a world where we are forced to remain cautious of these very elements that keep us alive. In this struggle, we sever our deep-rooted connection to the earth and the boundless sky above. We don't get to play out anymore because of the lack of open spaces, and even if we do have them, the air is not safe for us to breathe, forcing us to retreat indoors. As a result, we are denied the invaluable opportunity to develop into better human beings. For it is through interaction and communication that we acquire the essential interpersonal skills. Our sense of community bonding is compromised, leaving us isolated, akin to the concrete jungles that enclose us. We are growing up in a world where losing years of life due to air pollutants is normal and known, while business continues as usual. But we are hopeful. We are hopeful because we believe in the power of collective action and the resilience of human spirit. These 4 days of the conference assures us that there is a momentum and political will to take action. But we need fast action, not only because of worsening pollution, but also because SLCPs have a higher warming potential to trigger a domino effect of irreversible tipping points. So it is within our hands to shape a better future for the children and youth and for the generations to come. The challenges we face may seem overwhelming, but we are not alone in this fight. We are happy and elated that the youth strategy, specifically the youth engagement strategy, has been adopted by the CCAC board. The youth strategy aims to 1. Engage youth through events, fostering exchange and partnerships while raising awareness about SLCPs. 2. Empower youth by supporting young researchers and providing SLCP resources for concrete action. And lastly, amplify youth voices and engagement in CCAC activities and funded projects. Together, let us invest in cleaner technologies, implement stricter regulations, develop innovative solutions by tapping the power in youth. Except, it's not just about policies and technologies. It's about instilling a sense of responsibility and stewardship in each and every one of us. It's about recognizing the choices we make today have a direct and significant impact on the well-being of future generations. We are determined to build a future where the air is safe, where open spaces and green environments are abundant, fostering healthy growth and development. Together, we can ensure that the children and young people inherit a world with thriving ecosystems and boundless opportunity. This is the opportunity for us to be catalysts of change and champions of hope. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Clarence. And it's fantastic that this has started, this engagement. We're looking forward to more. And it's, well, what you said to us is a very clear call for and justification for our youth strategy. It's the right way forward to design our future together. Now, some quick highlights, and I will not go, don't worry, I will not go through everything. We have sent quick highlights from every day to all of you. You should have gotten that via email, and there will be a proper full report back. But I want to just highlight a few points because there are action items. The way forward for the CCAC Clean Air Flagship, we have a go-ahead in principle around the 5 areas that were mentioned. And now it's up to all of us collectively to work out the details, and we're looking forward to your engagement in that. We talked quite a bit about finding the right switches that we need to flip to get action to scale. And part of that was about making the topics very relevant to people. And clean air is certainly a way to make topics relevant to people. And there's clearly value in raising a special attention to clean air as we go forward. And if you look at our goals overall, what we want to achieve, it's clean air for all, and it's being able to stick to 1.5. And how to get there? Our part in this is about this integrated approach. Now, there was a call as well in terms of finance, and obviously there's a bit of a scramble for money. And rather than trying to compete, how can we actually create the search for multiple benefits? And I think it's a good way forward. That are sort of my takeaways on that. We had super interesting news on science, as well as a bit of a refresher, but there was also a dialogue with media. I don't know how many
knew that because it was a closed meeting, but just to say it was very interesting because it was a two-way learning. On the one side, helping journalists to dig a bit deeper into some of the subjects, but also for us to know what they're after, how to present the content in a way that it's being picked up, because in the end, it's all about creating a wider community, and that's the way to do that. Today, the focus was on methane, to bring everybody up to speed on what has happened and to bring everybody fully on board as well. And we had the numbers of 150 countries, 150 million tons to be taken out of the sky, and 1.5 to make sure we stick to 1.5 degrees. And I thought that was very nice. So I borrowed that obviously from Daniel. He said it, and he had three other things: from moment to momentum to movement. And I hope we're really on the movement track with this. I think we had mission accomplished in terms of sharing of experience and learning from each other. There was a lot of that, and the video did show us how that happened. There were a lot of sector discussions where we were able to dig into some of the details. We had discussions with a regional focus as well, and I think this is really important as well, to have that coherence across the regions to help with taking the action forward. And there has been a search for these positive and cascading tipping points to unravel transformation, and that's definitely something I'm keen on digging deeper into as we go. What transcended across board was the political will is needed, the policies and are important, that planning is key, and partnership is key. I wanted to remind everybody of the expression of interest deadline, the 7th of June, so you have time to get home and finish off the documents and send them to us. Then our work continues to look at them. And there's a bit of homework as well with regard to the TEEP, as announced earlier. Just, if you could send us some inputs and feedback on which pilot sector or subsector you would find most compelling. Then please give us some suggestions as well as to what you liked in this setup, what you'd like to do more of as we plan other events, or where you have suggestions what to do differently. I want to also thank the team, a big thanks to the team, because it was a huge lift. Some are here, some are back in the office, and obviously the cooperation with the team here in ROAP as well, and in the UN Conference Center, the photographer, the team that helped with the sound and making sure that the videos come in at the right time, and last but not least, the interpreters who have been helping us to make sure we understand each other. And thanks to all of you for having joined and engaged. Also virtually, as Mushtaq said, there was quite a big number. And now with that, before it sounds too much like an immediate goodbye, we turn to the talk by Drew. And Drew Schindel, again, no need to introduce him anymore, but he's a Nicholas Professor of Earth Science at Duke University, and very recently was elected to the National Academy of Sciences in recognition of his distinguished and continuing achievements in original research. And definitely we got a share of that. Yes. And we really want to celebrate this. It's in a good CCIC style, celebrating success means sharing. So he has more work to do. And I will not be going into his full CV, right? But Drew is the founding chair of the CCIC Scientific Advisory Panel. He co-chaired the 2011 UNEP WMO integrated assessment report of black carbon and tropospheric ozone. And that was the report that actually gave rise to the existence of the CCAC. He's replicated that with the global methane assessment that he chaired so ably, which gave rise to the global methane pledge. And I think I can go on and on because he's been involved in every science piece pretty much that we put out, all the regional reports that were done, literally hundreds of SAP briefs and reports, and we held 8 science policy dialogues as well. So this is huge. And in recognition of his unique skill to clearly and convincingly communicate the most complex science and the imperative for action, and I think we all got a real feel for that today again. We made him the CCAC special advisor for methane when he was supposed to be on a sabbatical. So on his sabbatical, we made him work even more. So Drew has been a dear friend, a cherished colleague, and a real powerful force for action for climate and clean air since our founding. And this shows that I'm not the only one thinking this. There's a word cloud that we asked everybody silently to complete. And I see a number of things standing out here. Brilliant and SLCP king, but also that you're really kind and humble and have supported us so amazingly. And with that, I would like to turn over to you, give you the floor to tell us a bit more about your story behind all this work. Thank you.
Well, I have to say that having been elected to the Academy still feels a bit like a nice daydream. Like if somebody heard me playing the guitar and said, putting you right in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame between the Rolling Stones and the Beatles. Right? That's never going to happen. If you ever see me play the guitar, you'll realize that all the points come from enthusiasm rather than talent. So I wanted to tell you a little bit about my journey over time. And if I start at the not too far back, I won't take too long. My family is Jewish. We are not probably considered Jewish by very religious people because for us it's really all about the food. And Jews have been dispersed all over the planet, so we have all kinds of wonderful culinary traditions, and we have lots of festivals that we rigorously observe in my family, my kids as well. But underlying there, I think my parents had this idea of raising us Jewish, that there is this ethical tradition underlying this, the same reason that we raised our kids this way as well. And one of the concepts that I wanted to bring up today is something called tikkun olam, which is literally means repairing the world. And this is something that people have been talking about for, must be about 3,000 years old, when we probably would have been a little easier to repair the world. But most people interpret this as meaning what you do is you go out and you try to help somebody. Judaism even thinks of an individual by virtue of everybody being unique as representing a whole world. So people who are doctors and people who are psychologists and people who help individuals have in their work repaired an entire world. Nobody really takes this as a literal thing of repairing the world. So when I began my graduate work, I went first to work at a U.S. Department of Energy laboratory with a giant super collider facility, intellectually extremely rewarding and very difficult to figure out how that really relates to repairing the world. I switched to atmospheric science, something a little bit more relevant, societally relevant, and thought, this is something that I really feel like I'm contributing. I am writing papers. I worked for about 20 years at NASA. I wrote papers throughout the 90s, throughout the 2000s. I think when the IPCC did their fourth assessment report around 2007, I think they cited maybe 4 or 5 of my papers. And out of about 15,000, I was thrilled. Right? Because that's the way science works. You don't expect that you yourself as an individual will really affect change. You expect that you contribute to this enormous effort. Go to 2010, we have a meeting in London, and we're talking about black carbon. Well, we have 3 or 4 days, I think, of this long discussion about all the complexity, all the uncertainty, but the important role of black carbon in climate and public health. And one of my children has a birthday, so I have to leave early. So I leave out, duck out of the meeting, fly home. I get home, before you had internet on airplanes, open up my computer again, arriving back in New York, and it says, hey, since you left, we made you chair of this assessment. Right? My thought at the time was something that might be familiar to a few of you, was black carbon's really complicated. If we lead an assessment of this, chances are almost certain our conclusion will be that the climate effect of black carbon is not fully distinguishable from zero. That is actually the exact same result that you get in the latest IPCC assessment, right? There's so much uncertainty, we still can't say for sure. So I said, I will be chair, but only if we broaden this and we bring in tropospheric ozone, especially the precursor methane, which then we know has a really important climate impact. And when we add all of these together, we'll get a clear public health impact and a clear climate impact, which don't overlap zero. What I didn't know was that this would be unlike any scientific enterprise that I'd been involved in before. And we would work with policymakers in the development of the assessment. This is something that I never did in NASA, that we don't even really do very much in IPCC. We sit and we have, at the very end, we might negotiate about the final conclusions, but we don't develop the work with policymakers. And we had input along the way of deciding what should be in the assessment, which to my mind anyway, was a revolution. This is a different way to work. When, as Martina just mentioned, the assessment came out and led to the creation of the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, I thought, this is amazing. You can actually change the way the world operates when the science and the policy are together. And we've been doing that ever since, right? We had the latest science policy dialogue yesterday here. That dialogue has been so rewarding and has shown what a team of engaged and committed participants can do when we bring together the knowledge from the science and policy side to really affect change. And that led to the same kind of efforts with the global methane assessment. When I first started talking about doing the global methane assessment, I was thinking back to my roots, I suppose, and thinking, great, we'll do some science modeling, and then we'll say, if you reduce methane, this is what happens. And particularly, then we won't have to keep doing this for all the regional assessments. We'll just have done it once. Well, since we have this team, since it's not just the scientists, but the policymakers within CCAC, I remember presenting it in Paris and getting the feedback, couldn't you tell us what we could actually do to reach these benefits and not just tell us what the conclusions are from physical science? And the GMA was a product of the same science policy cooperation. It really made me realize that having an effective, engaged team can make something like the global assessment can repeat that, right? It wasn't just a stroke of luck, a bolt of lightning. It's the actual kind of thing that a team can produce. I learned a second lesson from working with the team, our engaged and committed team within CCAC. And I would say that, you know, one of the lessons straying from my background is we should probably have more of our large international cooperations led by women. No offense to James and Nathan and some of the other longtime CCAC guys, but I think anybody who's worked closely with the Secretariat will know that it's mostly been staffed and always led by some of the most dedicated and effective women that I have ever been lucky enough to work with. When I say effective, because we can look back, right, and we can see what's changed since CCAC started. For HFCs, we have the Kigali Amendment. It's not as if CCAC created that out of whole cloth, but CCAC played a major role in making that progress. We have more to do on HFCs, right, where they could be phased down faster and further, but we have turned the page enormously. They are going in the right direction. When you look back at that global assessment from 2011, and you look at the baseline projections of black carbon, those are wildly unrealistic now. Why? Because we've had success around the world, partially triggered by CCAC, who's been catalyzing and pushing for this around the world. Our baseline scenario is nowhere near as high as it was. Again, we have more work to do, but we have made big inroads. And of course, with methane, we have the Global Methane Pledge, and we spent much of the day on this one. We've heard a lot of success stories at this meeting today. And what I take away from this is that when you have an engaged, committed team, you know, this kind of figurative way of looking at tikkun olam, of repairing the world, is not the only option. Right? We've actually been able to create this organization with country partners, with NGOs, with IGOs, with the Secretariat, everybody committed to really repairing the world as the mission of groups like everybody who's come here today for this week for the Climate and Clean Air Coalition. So professionally, this has really been something I never expected, that we could really affect change in this way. I am enormously flattered to have been taken in. I feel like the kinship of my CCAC family, the Secretariat, and many of you who I've grown to know over a decade of working together. And our work is not done, right? Unfortunately, the world needs repair even more than ever. And so you might not have put it this way, especially if you don't speak Hebrew, but Tikkun Olam is a continuing effort. And I look forward to another decade of working with all of you to repair our world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Drew, for your inspiring words. And it would have been nice to have a glass in my hand now, but no glasses in this room. But we have a cocktail now. And I'll invite you all to come down. It's one floor down, and to continue the celebration and have the last chats before we say goodbye for today, and maybe for some leaving, for others having still a field trip tomorrow. I wish you safe travels if I don't get to speak to you individually, but I hope to see you all in a minute downstairs. Thank you.